Part 2 of Rethinking the Industrial Revolution, 5 Centuries of Transition from Agrarian to Industrial Capitalism in England, by Michael Andrew Žmolek. Part 2 is entitled, quote, Such Machines as Cannot Err, end quote. Capital and Technology in the Making of Industrial England, 1700 to 1800. And this is chapter 6, which is entitled Technology and History. And it begins with a quote. Quote, if the nation's strength was built on, quote, practical tinkerers, end quote, to use Lord Professor Landis's words, what so inspired them here to break through their ancient restraints, to seek something other than simply another design, another set of colors, or to try to copy some finish already in use elsewhere? What, to be more specific, in a national industry that had to rely on one parson to invent the stocking frame, on another one 2 centuries later to invent the power loom, and on a barber to develop a spinning machine invented by a carpenter? What was it that moved inquiring men toward drastic mechanical change and away from mutations and imitations? It is a question which still remains to be answered, end quote. D.C. Coleman, writing in 1973. In considering the origins of the highly technological societies of the 21st century, we rightly look to the Industrial Revolution for answers. Fundamental changes took place that set European and ultimately all human societies on a new trajectory involving the unprecedented growth and application of technology. While technological development up to that point in history was significant, the Industrial Revolution was started at a relatively modest pace, involved the application of machinery to production on a systematic basis, initiating the constant and ongoing process of revolutionizing the means of production. Eventually, this process of constant improvement in production gave rise to the internal combustion engine, telephones, spacecraft, and the microchip. On its own terms, technological development is by nature progressive. It is subject to constant improvement. While technical knowledge can be lost upon the death of a scientist or inventor, or when whole civilizations die out, the character of technology is such that new devices are premised upon the discovery of many previous technological principles and innovations. Each discovery, each new device, has the potential to make possible an unlimited amount of further new innovations. Granting this, it is tempting to see the Industrial Revolution as being in the main the result of so many prior technological developments reaching a, quote, critical mass, end quote, critical mass, end quote, whereby the clustering of a number of key discoveries at approximately the same time produced a burst of new innovation that was quite sudden by comparison with all that had come before, and which set in motion a kind of chain reaction of technological innovation that ultimately led to the development of the highly industrialized world in which we now live. This is another way of saying that it was bound to happen, or that the Industrial Revolution was a technological inevitability. But was it? In his treatment of the British Industrial Revolution, Arthur David Landis repeatedly finds that British economy and society were exceptionally responsive to market opportunities and incentives. Yet he has no theory to offer that would explain why this is so. For Landis, Britain's leap forward from relative technological backwardness to technological superiority is mysterious. Contemporary testimony, he says, was mixed. Some saw the British as creative innovators, and there was definitely a display of talent. But, quote, England was not the only country with such artisans, and yet nowhere else do we find this harvest of inventions, end quote. Landis is stumped. He knows there is something peculiar about Britain, but to the extent that he seeks to explain why the Industrial Revolution happened in Britain by examining the development of technology and machinery, he can provide no general explanation for that peculiarity. By studying the peculiarities of Britain's, quote, harvest of inventions, end quote, we are bound to learn a great deal about why the Industrial Revolution began in Britain and nowhere else. But theoretical attempts to explain the Industrial Revolution by making technology the, quote, prime mover, end quote, generally fall apart when confronted with most of the most basic historical problems. For example, if the progress of technology determines the course of history, then the Industrial Revolution either should have developed simultaneously across Europe, or, if it had to start in one country, should have begun in 17th century France. Footnote. There is no space here to entertain the question of whether Europe in general enjoyed technological superiority in the period just prior to the Industrial Revolution. End footnote. Here, under the reign of Louis XIV, a system of state-run factories was established by Minister Colbert. They were giant operations which produced mainly luxury items for royal consumption and for the public. Colbert believed that large-scale manufacturing required state sponsorship to survive. Quote, if the hand which built and upheld this structure was withdrawn, everything broke down and ruin was imminent. These undertakings only lived on protection and privilege. Left to themselves, many would have disappeared at once, and so when under Louis XV, the government paid them less attention, they began to decline, end quote. Mantow is explicit. Footnote. Rather than directly promoting greater efficiency of labor and production, Colbert's policy of promoting manufacturing relied on tariffs as well as the recruitment of foreign specialists. And there's a quote here in French that I'm not reading. End footnote. Mantow is explicit in rejecting the notion that this development bore any relationship with the privately led Industrial Revolution in Britain a century later. Quote, the creation of royal manufactures in the 17th century must not therefore be confused with the spontaneous growth of the factory system in the following century. It is indeed a fact of very limited significance, though no doubt it contributed to the prosperity which Colbert sought to give France. It produced no general consequences, and no relationship can be traced between it and the economic system of our times. End quote. Whatever the level of technology involved in these manufactures royales, the marked difference with England is that instead of setting in motion a constant process of revolutionizing technology, they declined. The structure of the labor process was not the forerunner of our modern capitalist system, because despite generous state subsidies, work was organized in guild-like fashion, where the workshop predominated, with journeymen enjoying a share of the profit from the lace, glass, mirrors, silk, tapestries, and other specialty goods that were produced. So if France represented the highest level of technological development in the 17th century, and if it is primarily technological development that determines the course of history, why was it in Britain and not France that the Industrial Revolution, quote, took off, end quote, a century later? And at the same time as Britain was building factories, why were the lords of Eastern Europe still building castles on their estates? A solution to these historical problems has already been suggested in the introduction. There we reviewed Brenner's critique of what he calls the commercialization model and the demographic model, and his conclusion that both models come up short in terms of being able to explain the development of capitalism. We saw that such models are unable to provide satisfactory answers to Hobsbawm's three questions. Why Britain? Why the late 18th century? And how did the spark that ignited this revolution get lit? These questions are equally salient in the context of the present discussion, because what we could call the technological model is equally incapable of providing answers to these three questions, in the same manner that Brenner applies his three-region, quote, proof, end quote, in critiquing attempts to explain the first emergence of industrial capitalism by employing the demographic or commercialization models. We can employ this proof to critique explanations of the origin of industrial capital society according to a technological model. The rise of trade and population growth were experienced across Europe. The scientific revolution was a pan-European phenomenon. Pre-18th century technological development in Europe was not particularly concentrated in any one country. As we have seen, technological advancement was more prominent in 17th century France than it was in England. In fact, England had long been among the most backward regions of Europe, as Lewis Mumford explains. Quote, "The fact is that England throughout the Middle Ages was one of the backward countries of Europe. It was on the outskirts of the great continental civilization, and it shared in only a limited way in the great industrial and civic development that took place in the South from the 10th century onward. As a wool-raising center in the time of Henry VIII, England was a source of raw materials rather than a well-rounded agricultural and manufacturing country. It was not until the 16th century that various traders and enterprisers began to develop mines and mills and glassworks on any considerable scale." End quote. Footnote. The excerpted text reads, quote, "And with the destruction of the monasteries by the same monarch, England's backwardness was only accentuated." End quote. Whatever Mumford has in mind in terms of the negative impact of the dissolution of the monasteries may have had on England's economy, he clearly has no conception that this act of property confiscation by Henry VIII may have actually stimulated economic growth by adding more land to the growing acreage of land in England that was subject to economic leases. For a discussion of how the monasteries may have informed improved agriculture, see Chapter 1, pages 64 to 65. End footnote. Moreover, Mumford is at pains to point out that England borrowed many of the innovations that were key to the Industrial Revolution. Quote, "The observations of the new industrial methods after Adam Smith, who was too early to appraise the transformation, were made by economists who were ignorant of the technical history of Western Europe or were inclined to belittle its significance. The historians failed to appreciate the debt of England's navy under Henry VIII to Italian shipbuilders, of her mining industry to imported German miners, of her waterworks and land clearance schemes to Dutch engineers, and her silk spinning mills to the Italian models, which were copied by Thomas Lone." End quote. Mumford. Beyond that, Mumford insists not only that we acknowledge the inventors of the machinery that was borrowed, but that we also trace the origins of the specific invention back to the first thinkers who struggled with or posed the technical problem which the invention solved. Credit must be given to all those who worked on the problem and contributed advances that ultimately led to the solution. The, quote, "modern machine age," end quote, writes Mumford, quote, "cannot be understood except in terms of a very long and diverse preparation. The notion that a handful of British inventors suddenly made the wheels hum in the 18th century is too crude even to dish up as a fairy tale to children," end quote. Mumford. Indeed, as an invention does not emerge out of thin air, it arrives upon the solution to a technical problem, usually one that has been long-standing and tried by many minds. Thus, we may concede the point that the technical and scientific contributions to the mechanical innovations involved in the initial phase of Britain's Industrial Revolution came largely, if not primarily, from beyond Britain's shores. But what does this tell us about the role of technology in the British Industrial Revolution? If anything, it helps us to demonstrate further that Brenner's three-region critique applies to technological as well as commercial and demographic models. A technological model could neither predict nor explain England's shift in a position from economic backwater to economic and technological powerhouse. If technological advancement determines economic advancement, then how could Britain have achieved economic and technological superiority on the basis of borrowing continental technologies or realizing the solutions to long-standing technical problems that were known throughout Europe? Here again the question looms, what was so special about Britain? Brenner's answer to this question, as we have seen, has to do with the differing arrangement of class relations in 3 different regions. Let us briefly consider the course of technological development in each region. The state-sponsored factories of 17th century France were a logical expression of technological development in the context of absolutism, a society dominated by the regulatory functions of the state bureaucracy. Eastern Europe saw the return of feudalism in the 15th and 16th centuries, and where machinery was later introduced, it was typically worked by landless poor or peasants on feudal estates seeking a source of supplementary income. Footnote. In discussing 18th century Britain, Klima writes, Klima, with an accent over the I, writes that in contrast to wealthier peasants that there were the, quote, vast majority of smaller peasants whose holdings yielded barely enough to supply the essential needs of their families, and also the overwhelming majority of the landless who, to supplement their earnings from the agricultural sector, usually not sufficient to support their families, sought seasonal work in such domestic manufacturing trades as spinning and weaving, glass-making, and the like. For a large section of the rural population, domestic manufacturing trades such as these continued to provide supplementary part-time employment well into the capitalist period. Klima. End footnote. In Britain, the peculiar way in which the society was so commercially oriented and responsive to the market was not simply a function of the character of the people, as Land seems to suggest, but with the social relations of agrarian capitalism that were transforming industrial society and which continued to do so even after the Industrial Revolution got underway. This chapter sets out to challenge theories that give primacy to the role of technology in historical development by demonstrating that such arguments cannot explain the where, when, and how of the Industrial Revolution. The systematic and progressive application of machine technology to production upon the Industrial Revolution and the subsequent acceleration of technological progress did not happen because this was inevitable or because science and engineering had reached a critical mass. It happened in a specific place, England, and it happened during a specific time period, the 18th century, and it happened at the same time as English agriculture was undergoing a rapid and final conversion to market regulation. Over the course of the 17th and 18th centuries, agrarian capitalism continued to evolve. As it did so, it gradually exerted ever stronger economic pressures upon manufacturing, including the same market-driven compulsion to seek ways to construct improved productivity as were already being experienced in agriculture. While the growth of population, the rise of international trade, and the development of technology were all necessary and integral developments, none of these phenomena explain the transformation of class relations and the corresponding growth of an unprecedented, integrated, and specialized domestic market that preceded the Industrial Revolution in England and Britain. In the absence of other major factors to point to, it is difficult to draw any other conclusion than that this explains why Britain was home to the first Industrial Revolution. The ahistoricism of technological determinism. To the extent that Mumford has suggested, the British Industrial Revolution can be explained by borrowing, adapting, or realizing exogenous technologies. He is engaging in a form of technological determinism. But this is an easy charge to make, and only a handful of authors actually identify themselves as technological determinists. Most skeptical to the charge are authors are authors of works on history and origins of technology and technological change, and perhaps the most prominent of these is David Landis. The very title of David Landis's masterful work, The Unbound Prometheus, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Christ. Oh, man. As soon as I start reading, the fucking allergies come out. Christ. So suggest a technology simply waiting the very title of Landis's masterful work, The Unbound Prometheus, suggests a technology simply waiting to be liberated of its fetters. Footnote. This of course reflects the tendency to assume that which itself is most in need of explanation, just as in the case of the origin of capitalism. The text of The Unbound Prometheus itself largely reflects the author's exuberance for and confidence in technological development as progress, although Landis does manage at various junctures to recognize the social injustices that accompany the Industrial Revolution, such as when he writes, quote, "For many, though by no means all, the introduction of machinery implied for the first time a complete separation from the means of production. The worker became a, quote, hand, end quote. The factory was a new kind of prison, the clock a new kind of jailer," end quote. Landis. It is important to note that despite his exuberance for technology, Landis recognizes the oppression that accompanied the Industrial Revolution, even if writers such as Marx and Mumford are far more apt to emphasize the, quote, achievements, end quote, of the Industrial Revolution that were hardly worth celebrating. End footnote. Thus, Landis flirts with ideas that sound like technological determinism. Footnote. Landis writes, quote, "It took a marriage to make the Industrial Revolution. It required machines which not only replaced hand labor but compelled the concentration of production in factories. In other words, machines whose appetite for energy was too large for domestic sources of power, and whose mechanical superiority was sufficient to break down the resistance of older forms of hand production," end quote. Landis. Christine Bruland reduces this quote to, quote, "The new factory system was, quote, compelled," end quote, "by developments in machinery," end quote, and argues that Landis's work, quote, "is essentially determinist," end quote, as is the work of Toynbee, for whom, according to Bruland, quote, "British economic growth and change since 1760 was solely caused by four key innovations in textiles, and by the innovation of a new power technology, Watt's steam engine. Quote, "We find," end quote, remarked Toynbee, quote, "the all-prominent fact to be the substitution of the factory for the domestic system, the consequence of the mechanical discoveries of the time," end quote, end quote. Bruland, 1990, citing Toynbee, 1956. Bruland's emphasis. While we do see elements of technological determinism in the thinking of both authors, the work of both Landis and Toynbee is so much oriented towards simply providing a survey that to pin either down as a technological determinist is not possible, and Bruland's claims are overstated. End footnote. But Landis is no determinist. He carefully avoids single-issue explanations. The problem is that when dealing with the history of technology, it is difficult to avoid generalizations that ultimately support notions of technological determinism. Any theorization about technology or any other, quote, "sphere," end quote, of social interaction is bound to involve some degree of reification, leading to the assumption that a given, quote, "sphere," end quote, is structurally autonomous from other social spheres. When technology is treated as a structurally autonomous sphere of social relations that in and of itself, quote, "determines," end quote, social outcomes, the charge of technological determinism can and should apply. Much of the contemporary literature on technological determinism is preoccupied with 20th and 21st century technology. The debate thus deals with problems that arose long after the first systematic application of machinery to production. It is one thing to interrogate the role of technology in the emergence of the Industrial Revolution. It is another thing entirely to interrogate the role of technology within a highly technological society. However, it would seem that the debate has reached a general consensus that at best only a quote soft end quote rather than a quote hard end quote technological determinism makes for a viable argument. According to Fernand Braudel, the view of technology as quote pump primer end quote had lost ground by the 1970s. Braudel reminds us that despite the introduction of the power loom after 1800, hand loom weaving remained predominant in woolens and worsteds until the 1840s due to the steady decline in wages earned by weavers. Only when the power loom became more cost-effective than the hand loom did weaving finally succumb to the factory. This example, writes Braudel, demonstrates how the uptake in the use of newly introduced technology was dependent upon the state of the market. Footnote. Braudel adds that according to Chowdhury, it was competition with Indian cottons that stimulated the development of textile machinery in Britain. So in this case, it is competition in international trade that is thought to induce technological change, another example of how technology is dependent upon the state of the market. End footnote. The seed drill, the gig mill, and the flying shuttle provide earlier examples, although in these cases custom may have played a greater part than relative market cost effectiveness in delaying their application. Nevertheless, such examples clearly demonstrate that once a superior technology is discovered, its application will not necessarily follow immediately as a matter of course. This throws up a challenge to the concept of technological autonomy. The ever more preponderant role that technology plays in our contemporary lives probably serves to reinforce rather than discourage the tendency to view technology as an autonomous force. As Heilbronner puts it, the abundance of technology creates the appearance that it is autonomous. And this is why the question of technological determinism is so important, adding that this is particularly a problem of high capitalism. End footnote. Not end footnote. Begin footnote. In the context of capitalism, or the context of a socialism based on maximizing production or minimizing cost, writes Heilbronner, quote, the continuous appearance of technical advance and its diffusion throughout the society assume the attributes of autonomous processes. This is why I think the problem of technological determinism of how machines make history comes to us with such insistence, despite the ease with which we can disprove its more extreme contentions, end quote. Quote, technological determinism is thus peculiarly a problem of a certain historic epoch, specifically that of high capitalism and low socialism, in which the forces of technological change have been unleashed. But when the agencies for the control or guidance of technology are still rudimentary, end quote. Heilbronner does not spell out the means by which, under a truly socialist society, the control or guidance of technology would move beyond the rudimentary form, but one would expect that his intent here is to suggest a reassertion of normative or communal regulation over economic processes, limiting the free play of market forces. End footnote. It is important, therefore, to proceed with caution and to heed Usher's warning that, quote, technology makes sense only when read forward, end quote. For it would be easy to let 20th century views color our discussion of the role of technology in 18th century Britain, The debate on the issue of technological determinism in the 20th century was preoccupied with issues of human freedom, with fatalists like George Orwell, Kurt Vonnegut, Jacques Ellul viewing technological autonomy and the, quote, technological imperative, end quote, as a threat, whilst optimists like Alvin Toffler arguing that technology expanded the realm of human freedom. This debate has little bearing on the causal origins of the Industrial Revolution. At the same time, however, by borrowing some of the terminology of the discourse, we shall seek to refine the terms of this discussion of technological determinism. Let us begin with three approaches to technological determinism as identified by Bimber. One of these approaches involves addressing the role of technology in terms of unintended consequences. So, for example, the makers of the automobile could not foresee its detrimental effects in terms of pollution, urban congestion, suburban sprawl, and so on. Bimber finds no overarching patterns here and concludes that the unintended consequences of technological development are merely facts of social action. If the economic and social effects of technology are unpredictable, this is a case of indeterminacy, not determinism. It is thus worth coining the term technological indeterminism to describe the unintended social consequences of technological development. Another of Bimber's three approaches to technological determinism is what he calls the logical sequence approach. This refers to the concept that technological processes require society to commit to their outcomes regardless of their desirability. Bimber cites Miller, who believes that technological developments follow a kind of naturally given logic and are therefore not socially determined. Heilbroner, in a clear-cut case of hard determinism, goes further and asserts that history itself is determined by scientific laws. The steam mill follows the hand mill, writes Heilbroner, because the steam mill represents the next, quote, stage, end quote, in a, quote, technical conquest of nature that allows one and only one grand avenue of advance, end quote. Footnote. Were Heilbroner to make this claim in terms not of technological advances per se, but in terms of the sequence of the discovery of scientific and technical principles, he might have a stronger case. End footnote. Where am I? To make his case, Heilbroner points to incidences of simultaneous discovery, examples including the sewing machine and the possibility of technological prediction, a contemporary example of which can be found in Moore's law, which successfully predicted that, quote, the number of transistors that could be placed on an integrated circuit would continue to double at short, regular intervals, end quote. Bimber concludes that the logical sequence approach is the only one that is actually useful or applicable to technological determinism. Bimber's third approach, the norm-based approach, refers to an absence of willful control over technical practice. The implications of this definition are immediately familiar. Once the machine is put into a factory, the worker becomes an appendage of the machine. The repetitive action of the machine itself shapes or, quote, determines, end quote, how the factory is organized and operated. What is peculiarly missing from the 20th century debate is any discussion of the role of custom or normative regulation over production. There is no surprise since, as we shall explore in greater depth in the next chapters, at the very heart of the Industrial Revolution was a process of extinguishing custom in manufacturing, such that by the 20th century, customary regulation of production was no longer prevalent. Bimber concludes that the norm-based approach is not useful, which is precisely what we should expect a 20th century commentator to conclude. But consideration of how normative economic regulation affects the introduction of technology is highly applicable to our exploration of the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century. In considering the role of norms upon technological development, we may identify issues that continue to have salience in the 20th and 21st centuries. For example, under industrial capitalism, efficiency of production becomes the prevailing normative standard by which the success of technological outcomes is judged, at the exclusion of other norms such as whether or not the technology is or is not harmful to the environment, or whether or not the technology serves the many or only the few. The extinguishing of customary control over production did not mean that norms disappeared. It only meant that the norms and values of capitalism became prevalent within production. But this is what is precisely taken for granted in the 20th century literature on technological determinism, where capitalism is effectively assumed to be a universal condition. To ask whether technology drives history begs the question of what was going on before the Industrial Revolution and before capitalism. And as we seek to demonstrate, it was not technology so much as capitalism that was key to the Industrial Revolution. This work seeks to argue that a pre-industrial agrarian capitalism preceded and established the capitalist economic framework that enabled the Industrial Revolution to happen at all, and that the conversion of production in manufacturing to capitalist principles created the proper environment and may even have required the systematic application of technology to production. In order to show why it is so problematic, let us consider some examples of technological determinism. We begin briefly by mentioning Arnold Toynbee, who wrote, quote, "the first systematic work on British industrialization," end quote, in which he argued, quote, for example, that British economic growth and change since 1760 was solely caused by 4 key innovations in textiles and by the innovation of new power technology, end quote. Toynbee finds the substitution of the factory for the domestic system to be, quote, the consequence of the mechanical discoveries of the time, end quote, end quote. Brulin citing Toynbee. It is significant that Toynbee viewed machinery as having caused the rise of the factory, given how influential his work has been. Turning to another example, anthropologist Leslie A. White, in describing what he calls, quote, cultural systems, end quote, presents a kind of layer cake model for the functioning of societies. He describes, quote, 3 horizontal strata, end quote, which are, quote, the technological layer on the bottom, the philosophical on the top, the sociological stratum in between. The technological system is basic and primary. Social systems are functions of technologies, and philosophies express technological forces and reflect social systems. The technological factor is therefore the determinant of a cultural system as a whole. It determines the form of social systems, and technology and society together determine the content and orientation of philosophy, end quote. Let us repeat one sentence from this quote. Quote, social systems are functions of technologies, end quote. That is about as straightforward and as, quote, hard as spaced out. 1 second. Let us repeat one sentence from this quote. Quote, social systems are functions of technologies, end quote. This is about as straightforward and as, quote, hard, end quote, as technological determinism can get. Yet White then proceeds to qualify this passage. Quote, this is not to say, of course, that social systems do not condition the operation of technologies, or that social and technological systems are not affected by philosophies. They do and are, but to condition is one thing, to determine quite another, end quote. We are confronted here with the ambiguity of language, for in all this discussion of what determines what and what conditions what, we are of course dealing with theory at the broadest level of abstraction. To say that social systems are functions of technology certainly sounds like a complete subordination of the social to the technological, leaving little room for other factors to do their, quote, conditioning, end quote. It is thus worth mentioning at this juncture that the literature on technological determinism, and that advancing a technologically deterministic argument in particular, is largely devoid of historical reference. Continuing further, White even takes us to the level of the cosmic. Quote, "We are now in possession of a key to an understanding of the growth and development of culture, technology. A human being is a material body, the species a material system, the planet Earth is a material body, the cosmos a material system. Technology is the mechanical means of articulation of these two material systems, man and cosmos," end quote. Footnote. Interestingly, Chandler leaves out the latter half of this quote, beginning with, quote, "This is not to say," end quote. In other words, he leaves out the qualification. While White's qualification does not save him from the charge of technological determinism, his qualification nonetheless appears as an attempt to avoid the charge. Note White's use of the word of, quote, "articulation," end quote, which suggests the influence of the, quote, "articulation of modes of production," end quote, school of Althusserian Marxism. End footnote. The reductionism and determinism of this passage is evident not only in the way in which, quote, "primacy," end quote, is assigned to the, quote, "technological system," end quote, but also in the way that, quote, "technology," end quote, is reduced to, quote, "mechanical means," end quote, as if knowledge played either a secondary role or no role at all in this system. White's three-level ontological system bears a strong resemblance to theoretical elaborations of Marx's space superstructure metaphor taken to its illogical extreme. In the hands of Stalinist determinism and Althusserian structuralism, the metaphor of the economic, quote, "base" as what, quote, "determines," end quote, the social superstructure became the basis for an economic determinism so rigid that Wood is left to conclude that it, quote, "has always been more trouble than it is worth," end quote. Footnote. We shall hear more from Wood on this point below. End footnote. It was, after all, intended as a metaphor, a shorthand way of expressing a highly sophisticated conjuncture of social relations. Another overstated quote from Marx is his famous aphorism, quote, "The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill society with the industrial capitalist," end quote. This well-worn phrase has been taken as proof that Marx was a technological determinist. In reviewing the debate on this topic, Bimber concludes that Marx believed that technology was ultimately at the service of humanity, and that in general technology is more of an enabling factor than a cause. At the heart of the controversy is how Marx understood the relation between what he termed the productive forces and the relations of production. On the one side, G.A. Cohen, Robert Heilbroner, and William Shaw defend the view that Marx's intent was to proffer a theory of the primacy of the productive forces. Against this view, Robert Brenner and Joshua Cohen have argued that the forces of production have no primacy over aggregate human factors. In his impressive, sweeping, and quite ahistorical opus, Karl Marx's Theory of History, a Defense, G.A. Cohen advances what he describes as a, quote, "technological," end quote, "interpretation of historical materialism," end quote. Cohen's argument runs as follows: productive forces which incorporate not only the technology embodied in the means of production, but also the labor power and the raw materials processed by labor and machinery combined, do not constitute a subset of production relations and are not part of the economic structure. Instead, argues Cohen, Marx intended the term, quote, productive forces, end quote, to refer to, quote, objects, end quote, bearing the properties of productive power as opposed to, quote, relations, end quote. While the legal and political superstructure arises out of the economic structure constituted by production relations, Cohen represents productive forces as something developing autonomously of production relations, and thus as a, quote, material, end quote, force distinct from the, quote, social, end quote, milieu of economic relations. Cohen argues that Marx assigned primacy in the productive forces such that the level of development of the productive forces explains the nature of the production relations of a given society. Footnote. Cohen backs this up with his own favorable and highly questionable interpretation of a long list of quotation taken from Marx's writings. Cohen qualifies this statement by adding that, quote, it is sometimes the sheer quantity of power, sometimes that power's qualitative embodiment, and sometimes both in which explanation resides, end quote. End footnote. According to Cohen, G.A. Cohen, not G.A. Cohen. G.A. Cohen. G.A. Cohen. There's two Cohens here. G.A. We're talking about G.A. Cohen right now, not Joshua Cohen. Just wanted to be clear about that, in case there's confusion later. According to Cohen's reading of Marx, production relations constitute the economic structure. Quote, the, quote, real foundation, end quote, upon which a superstructure arises, end quote. And the economic structure is, quote, the sum total of production relations provisionally construed as sets of rights of persons over productive forces, end quote. Cohen substitutes the concept of rights over productive forces for the concept of property in order to expunge the superstructural element of law from the equation. This last step is the real coup de grace against, quote, social or, quote, political readings of Marx and Engels' historical materialism. History proceeds according to the level of development of the productive forces, which explains the nature of social production relations, which in turn support the nature of the legal system and the state, the superstructure. The development of class relations, legal property relations, cultural relations, and so on, can be explained according to the level of the productive forces, which can be qualitative, as in technological development, or quantitative, as in pyramid building. Yet capitalism is the only mode of production that systematically develops the forces of production. Cohen notes that in the Grundrisse, Marx pointed out that, quote, between the full development of the and foundations of industrial society and the patriarchal condition, many intermediate stages, endless nuances, occur, end quote. Marx. Nevertheless, claims Cohen, quote, even while the, end quote, endless nuances, end quote, in pre-capitalist class history resist theorization as sets of production relations whose succession reflects a series of rises in the level of productive power. The resulting damage to historical materialism on our strongly technological construal of it is smaller than at first might appear, end quote. Cohen. To explore Cohen's attempt at damage control on this point, we must introduce another of Marx's well-known formulas. In his earlier writings, Marx asserted that at a given stage in history, the development of the productive forces reaches a level at which the social relations of production constitute a, quote, fetter, end quote, on their further development, necessitating social revolution to remove the fetters and allow the further development of the productive forces. The key word here is, quote, stage, end quote. Since in this formulation Marx and Engels more or less uncritically adopted the four stages approach to history from the liberal historians of their day, an approach premised upon the idea of a natural progression of technology based on the unfolding of the division of labor. Footnote. This incorporation of liberal thought by Marx and Engels into their theory has been revealed and subjected to critique by Comdonell, 1987. I could be pronouncing that guy's name wrong, just so you know. I don't know. Maybe it's Commonell, but I'm going to say Comdonell until I know better. In brushing aside the above-mentioned discomforting observation, end footnote. In brushing aside the above-mentioned discomforting observation, Cohen offers his own version of this four-stage theory. Since capitalism represents the third stage and socialism the fourth, only two moments of transition in previous history require explanation according to the fetters paradigm. The transition from pre-capitalist class society to capitalist society, and prior to that, the transition from pre-class society to pre-capitalist society after the Neolithic Revolution at the end of the last ice age. In this way, Cohen avoids having to deal with such, quote, lesser, end quote, transitions, now reduced to the status of, quote, nuances, end quote, as the collapse of the Roman Empire or the emergence of feudalism in terms of the fetters paradigm. In his attempt to damage control, Cohen argues that it is possible to explain the, quote, endless nuances, end quote, between patriarchal society and capitalism by pointing out that different types of productive forces present different sets of economic needs, and as a result, different sets of production relations arise. In short, Cohen essentially dodges the problem. Here we have an interpretation of the theory of historical materialism resting on the claim that historical development is primarily determined by the level of the productive forces, in which the development of technology is a central feature, and yet the author simply brushes aside the discomforting observation that little historical evidence exists to support the idea that pre-capitalist history was characterized by the progressive development of the productive forces and technology! Exclamation point. This serves as a dramatic example of how far the structuralist reading of historical materialism has been preoccupied with theory at the expense of history. Cohen inspires even less confidence in his theory when in his conclusion he expresses his own doubts about its validity, writing, quote, I have come to wonder whether the theory which bracket this end bracket book defends is true. I do not now believe that historical materialism is false, but I am not sure how to tell whether or not it is true, end quote. Cohen. Might history serve as a guide? If the historical record does not provide a sufficient means for checking the validity of one's theory of socioeconomic development, what else would? Furthermore, as we saw in the introduction, Marx eventually broke with the liberal and techno-functionalist conception of property relations, and therein the productive forces, as mere appendages to the division of labor in favor of a theory which saw the structure of property relations, not the forces of production, as governing the overall direction of economic change. It is not difficult to understand why Cohen finds it an attractive proposition to imagine it were possible to explain historical and social development in terms of the growth of technology and the productive forces, quote, determining, end quote, the outcome of class struggles and social development in general. If the theory were true, it would lighten the burden on historical explanation by an enormous factor, since all we would need to do is to study the development of the productive forces, while the study of social relations could be relegated to the function of mopping up the details. As Wood explains, Cohen's technological determinism, quote, means that the, quote, natural, end quote, impulses which propel the material sphere, the development of the technological forces, prevail over and in one way or another causally determine the historical development of social forms. The premise is that there is a natural and perennial impulse independent of social and historical conditions, grounded in human nature and rationality toward the improvement of technological forces, end quote. By giving primacy to the, quote, natural, end quote, as opposed to social development of the productive forces, Cohen reproduces precisely the tendency of the political economist to naturalize and universalize economic relations, and capitalist social relations in particular, that Marx and Engels were at pains to argue against. The political economist tended to simply assume that history was guided by, quote, natural, end quote, perennial forces, involving the extension of the division of labor, which in turn facilitated its further extension and the improvement of technology. Marx and Engels demanded instead that social and economic changes be understood in their historical specificity and in terms of the outcome of class struggles, resulting in new structures of property relations rooted in class structures involving domination and exploitation. Footnote. Notwithstanding writings by Marx and Engels which reproduced liberal technological determinism, it, quote, must be admitted that support for such determinism can genuinely be found in a number of brief statements of bracket Marx and Engels and bracket work, end quote. Comnenel, 1987. End footnote. Marx and Engels sought to demonstrate precisely that the division of labor and class relations were not, quote, natural, end quote, but were in fact social constructions. Society is based on stratification had developed out of societies that once knew social egalitarianism. The exploitation of one class by another was not an eternal law, but was a social relationship that had been constructed by human beings and could therefore be dismantled by human beings as well. To the extent that most non-Marxist scholarship has not dealt with questions of the origins of class exploitation and capitalism on these terms, the tendency to treat technological development as something happening independently of specific social and historical conditions, and independently of class relations and class struggle is widespread, even within the theories that are not explicitly based on a technological determinism. It is true that one of the great ironies in the history of scholarship that historical materialism was developed into a rigidly deterministic theory, beginning in the Second International and culminating in the official Marxism of the Soviet Union under Stalin, and that subsequently Marx's theory of historical materialism came to be dismissed on the grounds that it was determinist. While brushing aside the charge of technological determinism, Cohen does not directly refute it. Footnote. Wood claims that, quote, Cohen's object is to establish that historical materialism is a technological determinism, end quote. Wood, 1981. Cohen argues that critics of the primacy thesis argue that it is demeaning to humanity and so cannot be attributed to Marx. Quote, those who take this line stigmatize the thesis as, quote, technological determinism, end quote, and complain that it presents machinery and allied subhuman powers as the agencies of history. On the technological view, it is felt, the inhuman prevails against men, end quote. Note the centrality of machinery in the formulation of productive forces as, quote, machinery and allied subhuman powers, end quote. Setting up the problem thus, Cohen then dismisses the criticism, responding with the argument that, quote, The development of the productive forces is centrally an enrichment of human labor power, end quote. And therefore, quote, the emphasis on technology loses its dehumanizing appearance, end quote. This is a peculiar defense since it hinges on a moral judgment of technology, not the question of whether or not the theory is staking a claim that technological development determines social change. It needs little reminding that the question of whether or not a theory is based upon a technological determinism bears no relationship to the question of whether or not technology can be dehumanizing. Yet having cast the matter in these terms, Cohen then skirts the question entirely, writing in a footnote, quote, technological determinism is presumably two things. It is technological and it is determinist. One may envisage a non-technological determinism and, as it were, a technological non-determinism. Our version of historical materialism may be called technological, but the issue of determinism will not be discussed in this book. End footnote. Presumably Cohen would embrace the term, quote, productive force determinism, end quote, a term which Shaw coins to emphasize that, quote, productive forces, end quote, includes more than machinery and technology. Footnote. Shaw only uses the term, quote, productive force determinism, end quote, to put a fine point on his explicit embrace of technological determinism as he attributes it to Marx, end footnote. The deterministic reading of historical materialism by G.A. Cohen and others is, in the last instance, deeply rooted in a technological determinism that requires expunging not only such superstructural elements as the legal system and the state from the hallowed sphere of, quote, pure theory, end quote, but historical specificity as well. Louis Mumford, while not a Marxist, puts forward a theory based upon three historical, quote, phases, end quote, in the history of technics. Mumford uses the term, quote, technics, end quote, use of the term, quote, technics, end quote, closely resembles the meaning of the term, quote, productive forces, end quote, though it puts a greater emphasis on collective knowledge and science. The eotechnic phase dates from the 10th century. This phase is associated with wood and water, and its machines include the water mill, the windmill, the printing press, and the wooden lathe. The Paleotechnic phase dating from the 18th century, and so naturally corresponding with the early Industrial Revolution, is associated with iron and coal, and its machines include, of course, the steam engine, the power loom, and other power machinery built from iron. The Neotechnic phase is associated with, quote, instantaneous personal communication over long distances, end quote, and the application of science to, quote, every phase of human experience and every manifestation of life, end quote. This includes the application of liquid fuels and mechanical stokers, which emancipated a, quote, race of galley slaves, the stoker, those miserable driven men, end quote, whose work was cruel. This is not a rigid stage theory. All three phases can and do persist even today. Mumford showers scorn on what he sees as the dehumanizing aspect of the Paleotechnic phase, in contrast with the liberating aspects of the Neotechnic. This scorn anticipates the flourishing of critiques of modernism under the banner of postmodernism in the late 20th century. Critics of modernity, writing under the banner of postmodernism, would embrace Mumford's scorn for Paleotechnic notions of progress when Mumford writes, with a strong dose of sarcasm, quote, in the nature of progress, the world would go on forever and forever in the same direction, becoming more humane, more comfortable, more peaceful, more smooth to travel in, and above all, much more rich. With the rapid development of machines, the vague 18th century doctrine received new confirmation in the 19th century. The laws of progress became self-evident. Were not new machines being invented every year? Were they not transformed by the successive modifications? Did not chimneys draw better? Were not houses warmer? Had not railroads been invented? Here was a convenient measuring stick for historical comparison. Assuming that progress was a reality, if the cities of the 19th century were dirty, the cities of the 13th century must have been 6 centuries dirtier. But had not the world become constantly cleaner? End quote. Writing 5 decades later, Mumford describes the doctrine of progress thus, quote, "Those who favored progress simple-mindedly believed that evils were the property of the past, and that only by moving away from the past as rapidly as possible could a technological determinism, where am I gotta repeat that, sir. So I was reading the footnote and then the page changed and I started reading the body of the text, not the footnote. Writing 5 decades later, Mumford describes the doctrine of progress thus, quote, "Those who favored progress simple-mindedly believed that evils were the property of the past, and that only by moving away from the past as rapidly as possible could a better future be assured," end quote, as cited in Chandler 2000. While these statements anticipate or dovetail with postmodernism, Mumford's relative optimism for the neo-technic phase would both resonate with and clash with the later work of modernity's critics. End footnote. While clearly not an example of hard technological determinism, Mumford's writing is deeply imbued with notions that could be characterized as soft technological determinism. Karl Polanyi, despite his insights on the implication of turning land, labor, and money into commodities, appears to follow a technological model in his description of how the conversion to market society came about. For Polanyi, this transformation was, quote, "so complete that it resembles more the metamorphosis of the caterpillar than any alteration that can be expressed in terms of continuous growth and development," end quote. Polanyi points to large-scale machinery which requires an economy of scale and a high volume of goods sold in order to be profitable. This in turn requires that all transactions be, quote, "turned into money transactions," and these in turn require that a medium of exchange be introduced into every articulation of industrial life, end quote. Elsewhere he clarifies that, quote, "It was not the coming of the machine as such, but the invention of elaborate and therefore specific machinery and plant which completely changed the relationship of the merchant to production," end quote. A decisive shift in which manufacturing ceased to be an accessory to commerce and grew to relatively greater importance. Once industry grew in complexity, inputs of land, labor, and money had to be safeguarded from its use, and this necessitated that these elements of production be commodified, even if the commodification of whole parts of human societies is ultimately fictitious. From these examples, we see that the notion of technology as the, quote, "prime mover," end quote, of the Industrial Revolution can be found in many differing epistemologies. The tendency of political economists and liberal historians to naturalize history and universalize capitalism based upon a stages theory of history, which was initially and uncritically incorporated into historical materialism, resurfaces in various subsequent theories of history based on or including some form of technological determinism. While Cohen's work may represent one of the most explicit examples one can find of an attempt to put forward a theory of history based upon technological determinism, imputing this theory to Marx, the Smithian tendency to naturalize the economy and to assume a teleological development for technology remains widely unchallenged and is therefore implicit in much or perhaps even most non-Marxist scholarship. The point of this discussion is not to simply condemn all forms of technological determinism, As noted, any discussion of technological change or the history of technology can scarcely avoid explaining technological development on its own terms. The point has been to problematize the tendency and to briefly explore the development of the concept and its historic origins in scholarship. In implication, the historic progression of scientific discovery and technological innovation, there is a seductive tendency to get caught up in the perception that human history in general is one long series of innovations, with new technologies being the end results of the historical process that mark its stages of development. This tendency does not merely promote such a myopic view of history focused upon technological change. It also supplants cause and effect within the sphere of science and technology for cause and effect in the relationship between science and technology on the one hand and social and historical development on the other. In other words, the insularity and circularity involved in the tendency to engage in technological determinism reproduces theories that are either devoid of historical specificity or that produce history devoid of any serious examination of the way social relationships are structured and the process of their evolution in real human societies. The technology of antiquity. Mechanical devices capable of being applied to production and of improving the productivity of manufacturing have been in existence since ancient times, but by themselves these technologies do not bring about an industrial revolution. Why? If the prime mover behind socioeconomic change in history is technology or technics or the quote material and quote productive forces, why did the Industrial Revolution not begin in ancient China, in the Roman Empire, in 14th century Venice, or in 17th century Holland? Shaw argues that capitalism failed to take root in ancient Rome because the level of productive forces was insufficient. But without a measure of what would constitute a sufficient level of productive forces to precipitate the development of capitalism, this is little more than a tautological argument. Pre-capitalist societies were certainly capable of producing goods matching the quality of those produced under capitalist conditions. Quote, such ancient handicraft products as linen and porcelain were clearly as good as, if not better than, modern manufactured goods. Mechanization allows production in volume and reduction in cost, but neither guarantees superior products. Sorry, my allergies are fucking out of control right now, so it's going to be a lot of nose blowing. Christ on the fucking cross. Alright. End quote. Productive volume and the ability to cheapen the product were mainly what pre-capitalist modes of production lacked, not the ability to produce quality goods. But did ancient or medieval society possess the technical knowledge or the component parts they would have needed had they been compelled to industrialize? Let us have a brief look at the historical record. Fire is arguably the oldest and most fundamental technology of human society. Fire's use dating back approximately 600,000 years. The myth of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods and giving fire to man is just one variant of a universal myth found in all cultures. Footnote. Campbell views the Greek myth of the theft of fire from the gods by Prometheus as a universal theme in all cultures, a foundational act in the evolution of human civilization. Quote, often it's a trickster animal or bird that steals the fire and then passes it along to a relay team of birds or animals who run with it. Sometimes the animals are burned by the flames as they pass the fire along, and this is said to account for their different colorings. The fire theft sets man apart from the animals. When you're in the woods at night, you light a fire, and that keeps the animals away. You can see their eyes shining, but they're outside the fire range. Bracket. The fire theft myth is meant, end bracket, to evaluate the fire it's important to us, and to say something about what has set man apart from the beasts." End quote. Campbell. End footnote. The use of fire precedes the advent of clothing, shelter, the spear, and the spear thrower, or atlatl, atlatl. The axe, painting, the bow and arrow, ceramics and pottery, the needle, the paintbrush, the harpoon, the net, boats, rope, basket weaving, and the hammer, all of which date to 10,000 BCE or earlier. We now know that trepanation, brain surgery, was practiced from the late Stone Age. Not long after the end of the last ice age, with the beginning of permanent settlement and agriculture, with granaries and alcoholic beverages following soon after, several key innovations preceded the formation of the earliest states in Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and the Andes. Between 7,000 and 5,000 BCE, the spindle or distaff, metalworking, bricks, the grindstone, and irrigation were all discovered. These early civilizations were thus able to produce clothing, metalwares, houses, temples, ziggurats, and pyramids, flour, and grow crops during dry seasons. On the eve of the formation of the earliest states between 5,000 and 3,000 BCE, writing, ink, and papyrus, sailing vessels, canals, nails, cement, plywood, the wheel, and the cart, the yoke, glass, silk, and barbed fishhooks all made their appearance. Around 3,500 or 3,500 BCE, bronze was discovered, allowing two crucial innovations essential to the formation of states: the bronze sword and the bronze plow. Looks like there was a fifth footnote I missed here. I want to read it now. Footnote: the practice was apparently widespread. Quote, "Trepan skulls have now been discovered at burial sites of most of the great civilizations of the past, from the megalithic builders of ancient Europe to the Incas of Peru." End quote. I guess that's in reference to brain surgery. End footnote. Improved weaponry meant it was now possible to organize coercive violence in the form of militias as never before, enabling rulers to rule and conquer, to subjugate foreign peoples possessing inferior arms. This statement would appear to be an example of technological determinism. Indeed, the notion that states arose out of the technologies developed in the wake of the Neolithic Revolution would seem to concur with G.A. Cohen's suggestion that the only revolution made necessary by the growth in the level of the productive forces outstripping the capacity of the social relations of production and necessitating social revolution prior to the advent of capitalism came with the transition from pre-class to class society. Yet we must pose a chicken and egg problem here. For what gave rise to the need for weaponry? Was it external aggression, or did large and aggressive societies first arise through the process of social stratification? Stratified societies are those in which two persons of the same sex and age group do not enjoy equal access to society's productive surplus. Morton Fried argues that the preservation of stratification required the organization of coercive violence in order to prevent the return to a form of society based on egalitarian principles, which for Fried is the same as saying that it required the formation of the state. If Fried's suggestion is correct, then a transformation in the social relations governing production and distribution of the social surplus may have been the cause of state formation and may have called forth the demand for superior weaponry in the form of bronze. Of course, it is possible that this need was conditioned by both indigenous and exogenous factors. Yet even in the case of the exogenous threat of war, the need to form and equip a militia may precede the discovery of the weaponry that the militia will deploy. The discovery of a new technology opens up new possibilities, but the search for a solution that leads to that discovery may in almost every case arise out of perceived social needs, conditioned by changes in social relations. So is technology cause or effect? Gandhi's famous quip in response to being asked what he thought of Western civilization, that he thought it would be a good idea, is more than a light-hearted joke. States have been with us for 5,000 years now and show little signs of going away. Quote, civilization, end quote, in general, not just in the West, is generally associated with the formation of states, because with that development, societies grew larger, more complex, and the pace of technological development quickened. Stratified societies have bequeathed both the abundant fruits of advanced civilization in terms of technology and the arts, alongside the ever-expanding capacity of state societies to commit acts of destruction, violence, and even annihilation of whole populations. States have, therefore, left behind a very mixed legacy. It is, after all, the improvements in the quality of life brought about by advances in technology which have always been cited in order to justify the continuation of states. A large measure of these technological advances arose out of improvements in the means of warfare. Early states developed such civilizing innovations as soap, rulers, currency, standardized weights in the toilet in Mesopotamia, the alphabet and the glass vessels in Phoenicia, the balance, the swap, well sweep, the shower, candles, copper, surgical instruments, the water clock, and the sundial in Egypt, the tidal dock, buttons, the artificial sewage system, and dentistry in the Indus Valley, bells, coins, and silk looms in China. At the same time, we enter the age of the chariot, Mesopotamia, and body armor, Greece, the age of organized warfare. The Scandinavians gave us the sledge or sled in the first millennium. The Mayans and Aztecs made shoes, cloth, and balls for sport out of rubber as early as 1600 BCE. Got a bunch of footnotes here. There's only one that's I need to read. Footnote. The swape involved one of the earliest examples of the lever. Quote, the lever appears in the well sweep, which is to be found in Egypt as early as 1550 BCE under the name of shaduf, and in India as the pikatab, end quote, usher, end footnote. Where am I? Between the onset of the Iron Age around 1100 BCE and the development of classical antiquity around 500 BCE, ships and wagons underwent considerable improvement, and the range of carpenter's tools was widely extended to include lathes, saws, pegs, shears, scythes, axes, picks, and shovels. While most of the inventions mentioned thus far have endured until modern times, we find little evidence in pre-classical antiquity of mechanical devices involving the transmission of power by way of a transmitting mechanism to the war or device working some object or raw material. Footnote. Usher writes, quote, the term, quote, machine, end quote, presents an almost hopeless problem. Popular usage is extremely lax. The general position is consciously stated by Marx, quote, all fully developed usage is extremely lax. The general position is concisely stated by Marx, quote, all fully developed machinery consists of three essentially differentiated parts: the motor mechanism, the transmitting mechanism, and finally the tool or working machine, end quote. This definition ignores the distinction that can advisedly be made between mechanical elements and an extensive train of mechanism. The history of invention is more readily understood as a cumulative process if it is actually analyzed as a progressive development of larger and more elegant trains of mechanism, which are synthesized and composed by the arrangement of individual parts to achieve specific objectives, end quote. Usher. The exception is the sweep, which demonstrates the principle of the lever. By the time we get to classical antiquity, the principle of the lever is manifested in what Hero of Alexandria described as the 5 simple machines. Quote, by which a given weight may be moved by a given force. Quote, end quote. The wheel, the axe, the pulley, and the wedge and the screw, these provided the building blocks of mechanics. Treating the lever itself as the sixth of these, only the seventh of the fundamental devices was lacking. Quote, no form of crank motion appears in any of the evidence. Nearly all the elementary pairs appear. We find the five other kinematic, quote, chains, end quote, the screw chain, the wheel chain, the cam chain, the ratchet chain, and the pulley chain. The crank chain only is missing. The treadle attachment to produce rotary motion is the earliest form of this type of mechanism. It does not appear until later. We may thus say that this period is concerned with fundamental statements of elementary principle and with the study of motion. The development and application of power involved changes in scale rather than changes in principle. End quote. Usher. Thus the mechanical achievements of pre-Christian antiquity were concerned mainly with facility in the production of motion and were limited to, quote, the lowest power units with only the smallest extension beyond the field of human muscular effort, end quote. Usher. But while classical antiquity may not have excelled in mechanics, excellence was achieved in other technologies, in science, mathematics, and geometry, in medicine, architecture, and coinage. The mechanical devices that existed did not necessarily come into widespread use and were not systematically applied to production. Economic growth derived instead, quote, from those aspects for which the Greeks and Romans are famous: organization, trade, order, the use of money and law, end quote. Moker. In stark contrast to the way in which the Industrial Revolution was led by private expertise, in stark contrast to the way in which the Industrial Revolution was led by private enterprise, it was in public works that the Romans excelled. Quote, the history of the Roman Empire especially reveals the importance of men such as Agrippa and Apollodorus, who helped their respective masters, Augustus and Trajan, I don't know how. My Roman history is nil. My Roman history knowledge is nil. Carry out vast public works. The Rome of 100 AD had better paved streets, sewage disposal, water supply, and fire protection than the capitals of civilized Europe in 1800. Sorry. Most agriculture, manufacturing, and services were carried out by the private sector, however, and achievements there were few and slow, end quote. Roman architecture was mainly borrowed from the Greeks and the Etruscans. The Romans excelled in the use of the arch, building aqueducts and bridges, and in the use of cement, out of which the dome of the Pantheon was built, one of Rome's greatest architectural achievements. The Greeks and Romans also excelled in hydraulics, supplying the water pump to a range of activities from mine drainage to firefighting. Footnote: Romans regularly flooded the floor of the Colosseum for water games on ships. As of 1997, research was ongoing in order to discover how the Colosseum could be flooded and then drained in time to hold gladiator competitions on the same day. End footnote. In military technology, the major advances came less in technological advances than in the form of military organization, as was reflected in the scutum, the large curved shields that allowed the legionnaires to form a wall and march forward against their foe, driving them back, anticipating modern crowd control tactics. The Greeks introduced the catapult around 400 BCE, and the catapult remained the largest instrument of war down to the age of cannons. The Romans improved upon Greek weaponry mainly by making that weaponry larger. or I guess making catapults larger. It says them larger, but I'm trying to connect the them to what it's saying. Footnote. The Chinese had invented the trebuchet by around 500 BCE. Two inventions of the classical era are of particular interest with respect to the Industrial Revolution. The first of these is the water wheel, invented in Greece around 85 BCE. Its predecessors were the chain of pots and the noria, both first noted by Philo of Byzantium in the 3rd century BCE. The noria was a wheel turned by a stream capable of lifting water to somewhat less than half its height. The step from noria to water wheel involved gearing or a quote, train of mechanism, end quote, to transmit the power from the motion of the turning of the wheel to drive a device, which in the case of the Greek invention involved turning of a millstone. This appears to be the only use to which water wheels were applied down to the 5th century Common Era. While the noria resembled the modern upright water wheel, the early Greek water wheels lay horizontal in the stream. The earliest upright water wheels were undershot wheels and could be as large as 40 feet in diameter. The more efficient overshot wheel, which harnessed the power of gravity rather than the motion of the stream, was not known until the 3rd century Common Era. How widespread the use of the water wheel was in Roman times is still a matter of speculation, though it is certain that its use stretched all the way to Britain. Footnote. The Romans used the water wheel in the gold mines of West Wales and for grinding corn. 2 examples of wheels for grinding corn can be found at Hadrian's Wall. 5,600 wheels were recorded in the Domesday, Museum of Science and Industry, Manchester, visit by author, November 1997. Usher comments, quote, Domesday is probably the most extensive enumeration of mills in this early period. A complete list of all the mills and their rentals is given by Bennett and Elton. The striking feature is the wide range in yearly rental values, end quote. End footnote. However, just as the steam engine later offered the advantage of mobility, the Romans often favored the donkey mill because it could be located anywhere. The other invention that draws our attention is the aeolipile. Aeolipile, sometimes referred to as the steam engine. It was invented by Hero of Alexandria of the late 1st century Common Era. This device was applied to open temple doors, not really for productive purposes, but with the same function in mind as the coin-operated vending machine, also invented by Hero, to all the faithful. Hero of Alexandria is also credited with measuring instruments such as the dioptra, Dioptra, for surveying, and the theodolite, Theodolite, for measuring angles. Alexandria produced another great inventor in the 3rd century BCE, Ctesibius, who is credited with the invention of the force pump, the hydraulic organ, the water clock, and metal springs. Since many devices made of wood and leather have not endured the centuries, and given the destruction of Rome by its invaders, it is possible that the level of classical age technology was more advanced than we know. Indeed, recent archaeology suggests that the Romans were capable of applying gears and turntables akin to modern ball and rolling bearings. The discovery of the Antikythera, a highly sophisticated astrolabe, astrolabe, built in the 1st century CE, capable of reproducing the motions of the sun, the moon, and the planets, has prompted one scientist who reconstructed the device to suggest that, quote, Men who built this could have built almost any mechanical device they wanted to, end quote, end quote. Price, as cited in Mokyr. But Mokyr, Mokyr, is more cautious, arguing that Antikythera, Antikythera, only demonstrates that classical civilization had, quote, mastered the use of gears and applied geometry beyond what was previously believed possible, bracket and end bracket, had the intellectual potential to create complicated technical devices. The question remains why so little of this potential was realized and translated into economic progress, end quote. A full answer would require an exploration of classical economics, a subject which lies well outside the scope of the present work. Footnote. The Antikythera mechanism, quote, could predict the sun and moon trajectories over decades and calculate a lunar anomaly that gave headaches to Isaac Newton himself, end quote. Anti, 2006. Let us note, however, that the Romans had the ability to harness the power of water and steam and the ability to construct highly sophisticated mechanisms with complex gearing, technologies which made essential contributions to the Industrial Revolution. Moreover, Rome had established the greatest commercial empire in Europe before modern times, and this enabled the Romans to absorb technologies from the peoples they conquered or traded with. Stone arches, paved streets, false teeth, and sewers from the Etruscans, transparent glass and shipping techniques from the Phoenicians, wooden barrels, spoked wheels, the hub box, soap and enameling from the Celts, to say nothing of what technologies the Romans borrowed from the Greeks, the Egyptians, and the Chinese. The Roman Empire also experienced enormous population growth. Thus, all three models, the technological, commercial, and demographic, are faced with the enormous challenge of explaining why Roman civilization, with its high levels of technology, trade, and population growth, did not undergo an industrial revolution, and why, over a millennium later, Britain did. Medieval to early modern technology. In considering the origins of the technology that was known in Europe at the time of the Industrial Revolution, the degree to which Europe lapsed into the state of virtually being a technological backwater is often left unmentioned. It is important for its own sake to acknowledge that the Europeans had no monopoly on invention, and during the so-called, quote, Dark Ages, end quote, of Europe, other civilizations discovered and made use of technologies that were still unknown in Europe. While the pre-Columbian civilizations of the Americas had no contact with, and thus could not have contributed to the science and technology of Europe, we have only recently begun to gain an adequate appreciation of their accomplishments. Consider, for example, that while in the early 18th century the Archbishop Usher of Armagh in Ireland calculated that the Earth was created at 9 a.m. on 26th of October 4004 BCE, 1,000 years prior to the making of this calculation. A 1,000 years prior to making this calculation, the Mayans had calculated the age of the cosmos to be 90 million years old. This is considerably closer to current scientific views that the Earth is at least 4.4 billion years old and the universe about 13.7 billion years old. Builders of pyramids and astronomical observatories Mayan calendars predicted astrological events with great accuracy. The earliest known use of a symbol for the number 0 as a placeholder in a numerical system is found in the Mayan long count calendar, which dates to 36 BCE. While Ptolemy was using a symbol for 0 as a placeholder by 130 CE, the actual symbol for our modern 0 originates in Cambodia and Indonesia in the late 17th century and was brought to Europe by the Arab mathematician Muhammad ibn al-Khwarizmi in the 18th century. The use of the Hindu-Arabic system as a decimal digit arrived in Europe in the 11th century. While Mayan civilization fell into decline after the 10th century on, we know that Andean civilization had a virtually unbroken history from 2500 BC, or 2500 BC, to the arrival of the conquistadors. In Mesoamerica, the Spaniards were astonished at the size of the Aztec capital city, Tenochtitlan, which had between 200,000 and 700,000 inhabitants at the time of the Europeans arrived. In North America, the city at the site of Cahokia near St. Louis had between 5,000 and 40,000 inhabitants at its height, which was between 1,000 and 13,000 BC, which was between 1000 and 1300 Common Era. The population of London at this time was 1,500. Reading sloppy today. Footnote. Despite the destruction of the Mayan libraries by the Spanish in 1562 Common Era, the deciphering of Mayan hieroglyphs since the 1950s has begun the process of gaining a greater appreciation of the achievements of this civilization. Even today, we are only entering the golden age of Mayan archaeology. Next footnote. It is possible that the concept of 0 was not invented by the Mayans, but was actually inherited from their predecessors, the Olmecs. Another footnote. The city was abandoned after Cahokia was abandoned after 1300 for reasons still unknown. Scientists have discovered that the diamond-shaped plaza of the city, a mile long on each side, was expertly leveled. It remains the largest man-made plaza in the world today. End footnote. India gave us sugar, the water wheel and the watermill and Wootz steel between 500 and 350 BCE. The surgeon Sushruta recorded the first known use of plastic surgery sometime after 200 BCE. James and Thorpe. The first stirrups for the big toe only appeared in India around 100 BCE. In the 6th century CE, inoculation against smallpox was devised, but whether in India or China is still in dispute. In the 10th century, Indian sailors devised fore and aft rigging and the lateen sail. The first spinning wheel was developed by textile workers in India between the 6th and early 11th centuries. The Chinese had discovered magnetism and the primitive compass by the 4th century BCE, and the crossbow by the 3rd century BCE. Footnote. The Sinan was composed of a ladle made with magnetic iron ore set on a polished surface as a crude compass. It was actually employed by jade miners who used it to keep the bearings on long journeys. The use of a magnetic needle as a compass was possibly discovered much earlier in Mesoamerica by the Olmecs. End footnote. The Chinese had excelled in horse riding for a millennium before the introduction of the saddle sometime in the 1st century Common Era, along with stern-mounted rudder, the stern-mounted rudder, followed by paper in 105 Common Era. Footnote. The Chinese guarded the secret of paper-making jealously. It did not reach Europe for more than 1,000 years. Subsequent Chinese inventions involved paper, where the stencil, 500 Common Era, paper money, 618 Common Era, and movable type, 1040 Common Era, and the Chinese also adapted wood block printing from the Japanese, 740 Common Era. Europeans were still replacing papyrus with parchments in the 800s. Paper reached Europe in 12th century. But paper did not begin to realize its full potential in Europe until Gutenberg invented the printing press in the 1450s. End footnote. Chinese inventor Zhang Heng invented the water-powered armillary, the first seismometer, and the odometer in the 2nd century CE. The wheelbarrow appeared in China in the 3rd century and paired stirrups by the 4th. Buddhist monk Yi Xing developed the first escapement mechanism in the 8th century to control the inner workings of an armillary. In the 9th century, the Chinese developed the camera obscura and book printing, followed by gunpowder, the solid rocket, the banknote, and the canal lock in the 10th, and movable type printing, Bisheng, in the 11th, and the cannon and bead abacus in the 13th. Nearly all of these inventions would eventually find their way to Europe and would have a transformative impact. The Chinese were meanwhile improving their silk reeling machines, which developed into spinning wheel that twisted the threads together before reeling them onto a bobbin. The spinning wheel only reached Europe in the early 14th century, and is a machine so basic in its importance to textile manufacturing in Britain and Europe that we sometimes take it for granted. Sandpaper appeared in China in the 14th century, and the toothbrush in the 16th. Footnote. Toothpaste had appeared in Egypt in the 4th century Common Era. Apparently it was used more as a mouth rinse prior to the appearance of the toothbrush, that is, for 11 centuries. End footnote. The collapse of the Western Empire and the survival of a continuous and highly urbanized civilization in the Eastern Empire, much of which would be conquered by the Muslims from the 8th century onward, shifted the center of culture and learning to the east. In Asia Minor and the Eastern Mediterranean, under the surviving East Roman Empire, Byzantium, and the Islamic Empire, the technologies of the High Roman era were extended and improved upon. New technologies from Asia would be adopted here first and only later transmitted to Western Europe. Western Europe experienced deurbanization and attention focused on agriculture. Innovations of this era centered on the horse. Around 600 Common Era, the moldboard plow was invented and spread amongst the Germanic peoples. Around 900 Common Era, the horseshoe made its first appearance in Europe and was widespread by the 11th century. Footnote. Quote, there is no literary evidence that the Greeks, Romans, or Franks had the horseshoe. The closest they came here were hipposandals and soli attached with thongs or wires, either for ornamentation or to help the healing of a broken hoof. The earliest unambiguous excavated evidence of horseshoes comes from nomadic rider graves of the Yenisei region in Siberia in the 9th to 10th centuries. Simultaneously, nailed horseshoes are mentioned in the Byzantine Tactica of Emperor Leo VI, who reigned from 886 to 911. And in the West, we probably hear the first sound of shod hooves in the last decade of the 9th century. End quote. Whether horseshoes traveled from Siberia to Byzantium to Europe is unclear, but from this it does appear that Europe inherited rather than invented the horseshoe. End footnote. The moist soils of northern Europe made the horseshoe an imperative, since horses' hooves are sensitive to moisture. This improved the horse as a military asset, but another step was necessary if horses were to replace oxen in pulling the plow. The ancient yoke harness worked well for oxen, but when applied to the horse, quote, the neck strap pressed on its jugular vein and windpipe, tending to suffocate it and cut off the flow of blood to its head. End quote. This was replaced by the modern harness with a padded collar. As horses could plow faster and for longer hours than the ox, the contribution of the horse to medieval agriculture was profound. Footnote. Quote, this is White, 1965, quote, although it cannot yet be proved, it is probable that from the 8th century onward, the increasing weight of armor created a nightly demand for more powerful horses, and that these were bred systematically before any such selective breeding was developed for cattle. As compared with horses, it is safe to assume that cattle were relatively weaker in the Middle Ages than they are today. We must conclude that any modern advantage which can be shown for the use of the horse in farming should be augmented as applied to the Middle Ages. Modern experiments show that while horse and ox exert roughly the same pull, the horse moves so much more rapidly that he produces 50% more foot-pounds per second. Moreover, a horse has more endurance than an ox and can work 1 or 2 hours longer each day. End quote. White. End footnote. At the very least, one can suggest that these innovations that allowed the horse to work the fields, when combined with the intensive system of regulating agrarian production under the feudal system, the subsequent doubling of Europe's population by around 1250 CE becomes more explicable. The fourth invention related to the horse is the stirrup, appearing in the 8th century, in which Leslie White, there's a footnote here. Footnote, at issue is the timing. England lagged behind, with only some regions using the horse rather than the ox by the late 12th century. But, quote, Normandy was in advance of Britain. 2 13th century documents indicate that in the duchy, peasants were doing all of their plowing with horses, end quote. Presumably, this had been the case in Normandy for some time. End footnote. The fourth invention related to the horse is the stirrup, appearing in the 8th century, and while and which Leslie White, in a stark display of technological determinism, claims led directly to the development of feudalism in Europe. White's argument runs as follows. By giving, quote, lateral support in addition to the front and back support offered by pommel and cantle, bracket, the stirrup, end bracket, effectively welded horse and rider into a single fighting unit, capable of violence without precedent, end quote. White. Combined with the demand for breeding heavier horses, the stirrup established the superiority of mounted soldiers, creating the need for maintaining large numbers of mounted and armored knights. Quote, because both horses and iron were scarce, the entire economic system had to be geared toward paying for these armies, end quote. Even if one accepts the general premise of White's widely criticized thesis, feudal warfare arose in the context of the political parcelization of sovereignty, which such developments in the techniques of war may have helped to extend, which both was ultimately a legacy of the collapse and fragmentation of the Roman Empire, or in other words, a historical and political phenomenon. Other innovations of Europe during this period were related to overcoming the harsh northern winters. Chimneys, the use of coal for heating, plaster for better insulation, window glass, the crank-driven grindstone, better soaps, and stronger alcoholic beverages. While northern Europeans were finding better ways of toughing out the harsh winters, Islam served as the bearer of the knowledge and technology of classical civilization. Quote, it was a society literate beyond Europe's wildest dreams. Between 700 and 1200, the Muslims know more about the different parts of the world than any other civilization, end quote. Paper came to the Islamic world after 800, and by 1000 CE, quote, the entire Islamic world was enjoying bound books, wrapping paper, and paper napkins, end quote. Footnote. To say nothing of toilet paper, another Chinese gift to world civilization. The texts of the Greeks were translated into Arabic and were thus preserved for rediscovery by the Europeans after the Renaissance. Like the Mayans of the same period, the Muslims were highly advanced in mathematics and astronomy. They were also advanced in chemistry, making improvements on glass and ceramics, and inventing naphtha. In medicine, the Muslims were cataloging a large number of medicinal cures and were learning how to quarantine those with contagious diseases, whilst Europeans still believed that leprosy and the plague were transmittable by sight alone. Iraqi surgeon Ammar ibn Ali al-Mawsili used a glass syringe to remove cataracts in the 9th century. The Moor scholar Abbas ibn Firnas made the first attempt at a parachute jump in 852, and the first attempt at flying a hang glider in 875, 6 centuries before Da Vinci and a full millennium ahead of the Wright brothers. Tajik scholar Abu Mahmud al-Khujandi invented the first sextant in Persia in 994 Common Era. The pendulum originated in Egypt in the 10th century and is credited to the mathematician Ibn Yunus. Other Arab technology included resolving the limitations of the lateen sail so that it could be used on larger ships, allowing ships to sail up to 65 degrees off wind. In the late 12th century, Arabs invented the rudder, which greatly improved steering. Since the earliest known appearance of the compass in Europe precedes its earliest known appearance in the Muslim world, it remains an open question whether the European compass was an independent invention or was transmitted from China via the Arab world. Street lamps and window panes both originated in the Arab Empire. Under the Muslims, textile qualities improved greatly. Cotton production and cotton clothing were introduced. Damascus linen, cotton muslins, cotton linen fustians are names of fabrics that would later be among Europe's textile exports. The Muslims also produced superior water clocks, including some which could represent the movements of the sun and moon and the stars in the zodiac. The Muslims were at this time the leaders in hydraulic technology. They made widespread use of the water mill, applying it not only to grinding but to sugar processing and sawing. Around 1000 Common Era, near Basra, the first tidal mill was invented to harness the energy of the tides. The 8th century physician and alchemist Jabir ibn Hayyan is thought to have discovered many of the basic chemicals and is widely considered the, quote, father of chemistry, end quote. Although the Persian physician Ali Razi, or Razis, born 850 Common Era, is also credited by some for laying the foundations for, quote, the preparation of pure hydraulic nitric and sulfuric acids by Europeans in the 13th century, end quote. Finally, the windmill was invented in Persia in the 7th century, end quote, is mentioned in Islamic sources from the 9th century on, end quote. However, it did not gain widespread use in the Muslim world. What the history of inventions between 500 and 1200 Common Era suggests is that whilst other civilizations enjoyed a golden age as literacy, the arts, and technological innovation flourished, Europe had become a technological backwater, but around the 13th century fortunes began to reverse. For reasons that remain a mystery, technological innovation in both China and the Islamic Empire had already begun to slow by the time the Mongols destroyed Baghdad in 1258 and conquered China in the 1260s. In the 12th and 13th centuries, meanwhile, the population of Europe was growing on the basis of intensive farming under the feudal system of agriculture, enough that armies in excess of 100,000 could be raised and sent off to fight the Crusades. After 1200, European innovation grew whilst other places lapsed into relative technological stagnation. Given that Europe regressed whilst others moved ahead and then rebounded while others lapsed, can arguments based on technological determinism help to explain this pattern? Shaw writes, quote, broadly speaking, a society can be characterized as managing the productive forces at hand, either successfully or unsuccessfully. When the economic structure fails to exploit society's capacity adequately, when there is a dislocation of the forces and relations of production, then systemic difficulties in the socio-economic organization of society become apparent, and dissatisfaction with the old way of doing things grows. The existing social equilibrium is disrupted and impetus given to the reorganization of material production, end quote. Shaw. This formula implies an inherent drive toward greater productivity in pre-capitalist societies, yet Roman and Mayan civilizations fragmented, China and Islam stagnated. Where was the impetus to reorganize material production? Shaw continues, quote, equilibrium can be restored only by bringing the relations of production and productive forces into correspondence. Since men do not wish to sacrifice their productive gains, men alter their relations of production to accommodate their productive forces, even when this transforms the basic character of production, end quote. Shaw. Here Shaw quotes Marx, quote, As the main thing is not to be deprived of the fruits of civilization, of the acquired productive forces, the traditional forms in which they were produced must be smashed. End quote. The only thing that can stabilize the society again, writes Shaw, is, quote, a new economic order, end quote. This model of social change would appear to be quite applicable to the development of capitalism, which is a system geared by market regulation, but it does not appear to fit the pattern of pre-capitalist societies, which in general were governed by normative or customary forms of social regulation. In the broadest sense, the pattern... Hi, Mommy! In the broadest sense, the pattern of technological progress appears to be more one of ebb and flow, or even a kind of leapfrog, of quote, leapfrog, end quote, rather than one of continuous development, with Europe rebounding by innovating in agricultural techniques appropriate to its soil and climate, and subsequently adopting or independently discovering the innovations of the East and taking them further. Indeed, all the history discussed so far in this chapter comes before the invention of the pendulum clock in 13th century Europe, and only with its diffusion across Europe by the 15th century did the concept of measuring productivity according to time take hold. Quote, the clock, bracket the clock, end bracket, permitted a more accurate measurement of productivity. After all, implicit in our notion of efficiency is the need to measure time. Productivity is a flow concept. Clocks brought home differences in efficiency. More productive workers and better implements and tools could be seen to produce more output per hour. Productivity comparisons became easier, and with them the choice between the faster and the slower. For Mumford, end quote. Mokier. From Mumford, quote, the clock, not the steam engine, is the key machine of the modern industrial age. Here was a new kind of machine in which the source of power and the transmission were of such a nature as to ensure the even flow of energy throughout the works and to make possible regular production and standardized product. In its relationship to determinable quantities of energy, to standardization, to automatic action, and finally to its own special product, accurate timing, the clock has been the foremost machine in modern techniques, and at each period it has remained in the lead. It marks a perfection towards which other machines aspire. The clock, moreover, is a piece of power machinery whose, quote, product, end quote, is seconds and minutes. By its essential nature, the clock dissociated time from human events and helped create the belief in an independent world of mathematically measurable sequences, the special world of science, end quote. Music also felt, that quote was Lewis Mumford. Music also felt the profound impact of the clock. If we accept that the invention of the clock was even half as fundamentally important to the development of science and the regulation of production as Mumford suggests, we can choose to view its impact in terms of an incidental discovery that happened to have a transformative impact, particularly with regards to the regulation of production. Or we can ask, how did the need for such an instrument arise? Out of what configuration of social relations? Mumford suggests that the clock was, quote, an almost inevitable product, end quote, of monastic life, and was created as, quote, an instrument for striking the hours at intervals or for reminding the bell ringer that it was time to strike the bells, end quote. Mumford. Whether or not Mumford is correct, we must still ask why the clock was so quickly adopted for so many uses outside the monastery, and whether these uses can be related to the development of intensive regulation of agrarian production under the feudal system. Asking these questions takes us outside the realm of possibility prescribed by technological determinism. to suggest that the course of historical development is shaped by a socio-political organization as such, or more than it is shaped by technology, is not to deny that the evolution of technology as a certain, quote, inner, end quote, logic, governed by limitations that prevail at a given time, and the new possibilities opened up with each new discovery. It is only to suggest the impact of technological development on society and on production is mediated by the configuration of social relations that prevail. We find few examples of this systematic application of technology to production. The assumption that state or, quote, civilized, end quote, societies in general are characterized by an inherent drive toward greater productivity is reading backwards of capitalist laws of motion into earlier societies. This was and remains a common assumption among liberal historians and political economists, and was initially adopted in essentials by Marx, who, as we saw in the introduction, reformulated his thinking on the matter later in life. Thus, this assumption is at the root of the tendency toward determinism to be found in both Marxist and non-Marxist historical theory. Let us bear in mind, however, that peasant labor under the feudal system, with its unique emphasis on regulating production, was the predominant form of labor in Europe between the feudal period and the Industrial Revolution, the same period in which Europe went from backwater to leader in technology. It bears more than a footnote's comment to add that a great deal of national and racial pride lies at stake in the discourse on the origins of innovations, and this, of course, means that all evaluations are inevitably tainted with some degree of subjectivity. A sense of racial superiority among Europeans was at least buttressed by, if not actually founded upon, the scientific and technological advances of post-Renaissance Europe. Consider how in the following dismissive passage concerning the technology of antiquity in Europe, McCloskey, by omission, appears even more dismissive of non-European advances. Quote, "Give me a lever and a place to stand on," quote, and there's a quote within the quote. Quote, "Give me a lever and a place to stand on," end quote, said boasting Archimedes, quote, "and I shall move the world," end quote. What is odd about this world of the classical Mediterranean is that, for all its genius, it did not apply the lever or anything much else to practical uses. The, quote, "Dark Ages," end quote, contributed more to our physical well-being than did the glittering ages of Pericles or Augustus. From classical times, we got toy steam engines and erroneous principles of motion. From the 9th and 10th centuries alone, we got the horse collar, the stirrup, and the moldboard plow, end quote. McCloskey. Why these three inventions should outrank the long and still incomplete list of both ancient and non-European advances we have listed above is less than self-evident, but McCloskey continues with a list of 33 innovations that, quote, "we got," end quote, from, quote, "an explosion of ingenuity down to 1500, end quote. Of these, 19 appear to be of uniquely European origin, and they include the blast furnace, cast iron pot, chimney, coal-fueled fire, cog boat, cross staff, eyeglass, Hobson beer, marine chart, nailed horseshoe, printing press, ribbed ship, shingle, ski, spring watch, water-driven bellows, weight-driven clock, whiskey, and the obscure, quote, whippletree, end quote. As noted above, Europe may or may not have invented the compass independently of China. As we have also seen, the cam, crank, pump, treadle, and water wheel were all known in ancient Europe, the suction pump, treadle loom, and overshot wheel being later improvements. All of the remaining 8 inventions mentioned by McCloskey are either improvements upon or direct borrowings from inventions outside of Europe. They include the cake of soap, Mesopotamia, the canal lock, China, carrack ship, Phoenicia, flywheel, Andalusia, grindstone, prehistoric, spinning wheel, India, wheelbarrow, China, and the treadmill, Persia. Excuse me, not the treadmill, the windmill. The windmill, Persia. While this omission of Europe's debt to the rest of the world is striking, McCloskey nonetheless may be pointing to the right direction, in the right direction, when repeating the observation omitted from the quote above that applied technology, quote, was a Northern European accomplishment, end quote. All the great civilizations appear to have exhibited ample amounts of genius, and many inventions outside Europe played important roles in production. But in Europe after 1200, the tendency to gear technological innovation toward enhancing production became more pronounced. Excuse me. A good example of this is the unprecedented expansion of the utilization of inanimate power in the form of water mills and windmills. The first drawing of a mill since Roman times appears in 1169 and shows the use of crown and pinion gearing, allowing for higher speeds of operation. The overshot wheel also made its first appearance in feudal Europe. By the 13th century, gearing was in common use in various types of mills. The first recorded windmills in Europe appear in the late 12th century, notably in Yorkshire. Europeans were the first to build windmills and a horizontal fan as opposed to the vertical fan from Persia. This modification, however, required mounting part of the mill or the entire mill on a pivot to allow it to turn with the wind, making for a more efficient means of capturing the wind. Footnote. As noted, it remains uncertain whether windmills in Europe were borrowed from Islam or were an independent development. Quote, insofar as there was borrowing, it was creative borrowing, end quote, writes Usher. End footnote. While grinding grain remained the predominant function of mills, they were put to other uses. Fulling mills, Fulling mills, for example, employed water wheels to power the engine which drove the hammers, fulling stocks, and were scoured and milled the cloth. Dating from the 11th century, they spread in England in the 13th century. Yet Yorkshire had 11 mills in 1327. In 1377, Parliament banned the export of cloth not properly fulled. Such mills were set up as public utilities to be used collectively by clothiers. The Romans experimented with sawmills as they fall out of the record, quote, until we come to the, quote, album, end quote, of Villard de Haunecourt, bracket, a French, end bracket, ecclesiastical architect of the 13th century. Here we find two sketches of saws, one of which, at least, is supposed to be driven by water power, end quote, Usher. Haunecourt's album also contained the first reference to a primitive escapement, the essential mechanism for the self-operating, weight-driven mechanical clock to be able to mark precisely equal periods of time. Between the 13th and 18th centuries, wind and water remained the sources of inanimate power. Donkey and horse mills were still common, applied to mills prior to the application of Watt's steam engine, but larger, more durable, and more sophisticated mills were constructed, and the understanding of gearing developed in mills as well as clocks. In the 13th century, northern Italy was the center of European commerce and therefore the point where new technologies such as gunpowder were introduced. It was also the source of several significant technological developments with an emphasis on reading and sight. The first manufacture of paper began in Italy around 1270. In the 13th century, northern Italy was the center of European commerce and therefore the point where new technologies such as gunpowder were introduced. It was also the source of several significant technological developments with an emphasis on reading and sight. The first manufacture of paper began in Italy around 1270. Eyeglasses were invented in Venice in 1286, and whether or not he was aided in his discovery by the use of eyeglasses, Giotto demonstrated the first use of perspective in his paintings a few years later. The functional button for clothing was another invention to emerge in 13th century Europe. The spinning wheel arrived from India in this century and was applied to various threads, including silk. Yeah.
Make chicken salad whenever you want to eat.
Okay, sick. The functional button for clothing was another invention to emerge in 13th century Europe. The spinning wheel arrived from India in this century and was applied to various threads, including silk, which the Italians had long been producing. Footnote. Silk production was a secret retained by the East until the Emperor Justinian, in 500 Common Era, persuaded two Persian monks to risk their lives by smuggling silkworms in the hollow of their bamboo canes from Cathay to Byzantium. This enabled Italy and later France to undertake silk production until the silkworm plague of the 19th century. End footnote. In England, the magnifying glass had been invented in 1200, nearly 3 centuries before the discovery of the telescope and the microscope. Another British contribution in the 13th century was the longbow, invented in Wales. It was also during the 13th century that the horizontal bench lathe appeared. The 14th century saw the first working escapement clocks, the first alarm clock, and the introduction of knitting. The hand cannon, precursor to the pistol and rifle, were known by mid-century. For reasons that would seem obvious, we see little record of new inventions between 1347, when the plague first arrived in Europe, and the 15th century. Key inventions of the 15th century were concave lenses, oil painting, the trigger, and the astrolabe. Astrolabe. I don't know what that is. Maybe you know what it is. In metalworking, German and Bohemian engineers were constructing larger furnaces using water-powered bellows, allowing the iron to absorb carbon, thereby lowering its melting point and allowing it to be cast into molds. Footnote. Mokier notes another advance in metallurgy that took place in the 5th century. Quote, a process to separate silver from copper ores by means of lead developed around 1450, end quote. Mokier. End footnote. The blast furnace pouring pig iron emerges in the 16th century, but its evolution took place mainly in the 15th. The availability of better, cheaper iron was an important contribution to another major invention in the 15th century, the printing press. Usher expounds on the significance of the invention of the printing press and the many innovations that had to take place in order for this machine to be realized. Quote, printing is one of the first instances of the substitution of mechanical devices for direct handwork in the interest of accuracy and refinement in execution as well as reduced cost. By capitalist methods and mass production, a new and superior product was evolved. All the economic consequences of these inventions was thus characteristic of the new order. Even at the outset, the printing office disclosed the features of a factory enterprise rather than those of the craft shop. End quote. Usher. Footnote. Usher continues, quote, "The history of paper is in some ways a separate subject, but it must be evident that the generalization of printing could not have proceeded significantly with any other medium." End quote. Two comments are in order here. First, as in mining, it may have been the case that printing grew up as a form of production in which ownership of the means of production was concentrated and the workers were highly or relatively proletarianized at an early stage. But it is unthinkable that production decisions were being made strictly in accordance with market indicators as they might be later under conditions of a well-developed capitalism. Second, printing employed far fewer workers even than mining, and so the effect of printing on advancing proletarianization throughout the economy would have been minimal. Footnote. The case of proletarianization in metallurgy and mining is discussed above in Chapter 1. End footnote. Usher continues, quote, "The entire achievement embodied in the printed book with illustrations presents a striking example of the multiplicity of individual acts of invention that are requisite to bring about a new result. In its entirety, this accomplishment involves the invention of paper and of inks made with an oil base, the development of engraving on wood and on metals, the development of type founding and metal reproductions of wood blocks, the development of the press, and the special technique of press work involved in printing." End quote. Usher continues, quote, "The history of paper is in some ways a separate subject, but it must be evident that the generalization of printing could not have proceeded significantly than any other medium." End quote. End footnote. In effect, the emergence of the printing press was really the completion of a series of inventions in engraving, casting, and most crucially and late in the process, type founding. While Usher is thus unclear about what it was exactly that Gutenberg invented, Mokyr is more certain. For Mokyr, quote, "The printing press is just," quote, "the printing press is justly famous because the printing press is the first medieval invention for which the name of the inventor and the time of the invention are reasonably well established, and for which we know that the inventor single-handedly solved the entire problem to the point that within a short period the new gadget was in use all over Europe. Like the windmill, the printing press spread with dazzling speed. By 1480, there were over 380 working presses in Europe. And in the 50 years following the invention, more books were produced than in the preceding 1,000 years." End quote. While the printing press thus served as a model for modern machinery because it produced a superior product more efficiently and in far less time than did hand manufacture of books, this does not mean that there was anything inherently, quote, "capitalistic," end quote, about the printing press. One other important contribution to the early printing press was that it enabled the posthumous distribution and popularization of the manuscripts of Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci, quote, "laid the foundations of the new experimental sciences. He broke away from mere empiricism to the concepts of an applied science of mechanics, capable of general application throughout the whole industrial field." End quote. The sketches in his notebook included novel features that, quote, "were too far in advance of the technique of the period to admit of practical application, but much of the inventive effort was worked into practice by Leonardo himself and those around him, so that even apart from his manuscripts, these devices exerted a powerful influence upon his time." End quote. Usher. Da Vinci's sketches testify that he had already conceptualized nearly every invention necessary for mechanizing woolen manufacturing. Da Vinci conceived of a U-shaped spinning machine a faster shuttle and a power loom, a gig mill and a shearing engine. Although, quote, there are numerous schemes for the shearing engine, the essential principle was naive and incapable of development, end quote. Da Vinci also diagrammed a winding apparatus for silk, although it is unclear if he had contact with Zonka, the 16th century inventor whose design was similar and more complete. Usher provides an exhaustive list of Da Vinci's accomplishments in the field of applied mechanics, noting that perhaps most of his conceptions were wrongly credited to later inventors, some of them key figures in the later, quote, scientific revolution, end quote. These accomplishments ranged from hydraulics to military engineering to general mechanics, including spiral gears and various other studies in gearing, swinging, and rotary motion, anti-friction rollers, link chains, a screw cutter, die and collar for coining, and a coining machine. Da Vinci's sketch of a file-cutting machine is but one example of his efforts to apply the principle of the self-automated mechanism from clockwork to machinery in manufacturing. Assessing the amazing breadth of Da Vinci's work in terms of the contributions made to the advance of technology requires venturing into the realm of speculation. According to Usher, quote, it is only with Leonardo that the process of invention is lifted decisively into the field of the imagination. It becomes a pursuit of the remote ends that are suggested by the discoveries of physical science and the consciously felt principles of mechanics, end quote. Usher. How, then, do we account for the role of the imagination in advancing hypotheses about technological advancement? Da Vinci conceptualized most of the machinery that revolutionized textile production 5 centuries before its application. If societies in general are characterized by an inherent drive towards adopting new technologies and raising the level of productivity, why were Da Vinci's conceptions not put into practice sooner? Some of the answers should already be apparent. Quite contrary to the notion that, quote, men do not wish to sacrifice their productive gains, end quote, as said by Shaw, the guilds of the medieval and early modern period and the craft workers who succeeded them were hostile to the introduction of machinery, which they rightly saw as a threat to their livelihood, and this contributed to the delay in its full invention and its application to production. What of the alternative hypothesis that we have suggested above? That is, as the structure of the social relations of production changes, needs for solutions to technical problems are created or made more urgent than previously, increasing the probability that these problems will be solved sooner. This formula also seems to fall short of being able to account for the role of Da Vinci as a visionary. This is not to say that Da Vinci was anything other than a product of his time, building on previous advances and finding solutions to problems left by others, but in, quote, lifting, end quote, invention to the level of the imagination, Da Vinci surely also began to work on problems that only he had imagined. The majority of Da Vinci's conceptual inventions were eventually put to practical use, but those conceptual inventions were mostly worked out in theory, and much of his work would have been as unthinkable to contemporaries as the imaginary devices we read in, quote, science fiction, end quote, today. So while we discount the notion of a, quote, technological imperative, end quote, where technology advances autonomously, shaping society in its wake, we must leave room for the role of the human imagination to envision direct desired outcomes, thereby shaping the course of technological change as it develops in the context of evolving socioeconomic structures, responding to needs and pressures as they arise. In the 16th century, Hero's treatise on the, quote, 5 simple machines, end quote, which had been preserved in Arabic translations, came to the attention of European scholars studying mechanics. Although, quote, mechanics, end quote, for Hero applied strictly to the lifting of heavy weights, and the machines were in fact the basic components of lifting apparatuses only, the doctrine that these 5 mechanisms were the basis of all machines actually survived into the 19th century. It is in the 16th century that the scientific revolution got underway. Logarithms, the microscope, the telescope, the thermometer, and the Mercator projection are among the scientific achievements of this century. In warfare, the grenade was first used in France in 1528, and the wheel lock and matchlock rifles were introduced. In machinery, perhaps the major advances of this period were made in the area of machine tools. Leonardo's sketches suggested improvements to the lathe, and French engineer Jacques Besson also made significant improvements, such as adding guides to allow the cutting of irregular shapes and introducing a screw-cutting lathe. The mandrel lathe, which allowed the work to be attached to a spindle, expanded the range of possibility further. Usher. One invention that would go on to play a key role in the British Industrial Revolution was the stocking frame, the first knitting machine, which was invented in 1589 by William Lee, a clergyman from Calverton, Nottinghamshire. Soon thereafter, around 1604, the, quote, Dutch loom, end quote, or ribbon loom appeared in Holland, the invention of one William Dersiks van Zonneveld, which enabled one weaver to weave 12 ribbons at once and 24 ribbons at once by 1621. In the early 17th century, the flintlock rifle was introduced, but did not come into wide use until the 1640s, leaving the parties to the 30 Years' War to fight with the more expensive and troublesome wheel and matchlock rifles and pistols alongside pikes and swords. James I had commissioned the first submarine from Dutch inventor Cornelius Drebbel, although it was far from ready for application to warfare. Footnote. Quote, although the submarine leaked badly, the 12 oarsmen succeeded in rowing it along London Thames at a depth of about 13 feet. End footnote. Another troubled experiment by a Dutchman was that of Christian Huygens, attempting to apply the pendulum clock he had invented in 1673 for use on sailing ships. Quote, the operation of the instrument was hopelessly inaccurate in rough weather, and in 1674, Huygens recognized that the variation of gravity at different latitudes would be an insuperable obstacle to the use of the pendulum at sea, end quote. Huygens subsequently turned his attention to smaller projects, patenting the pocket watch in 1675. Huygens and his French counterpart in clock-making, Robert Hooke, inventor of a machine for cutting clock wheels, 1671, were both members of the Royal Society. Founded in 1660, the Royal Society gave institutional form to the scientific curiosity of the age. Many other scientific inventions of this century also reflect the emphasis on science, while the level of machinery remained relatively undeveloped. The slider rule, the calculator, the precision microscope, the vacuum pump, and the universal joint. On the eve of the 18th century, European science was making unprecedented strides, and the pace of invention was brisk. But there were as yet few attempts to systematically apply machine technology to production in the effort to attain constantly increasing productivity and therefore profits. We could hypothesize that this was due to the monopolistic regulation of the guilds, but in England the guilds had been in a state of steady decay since the 16th century. We could subsequently point to the role of custom in regulating markets and restricting the market's potential. But this would be to assume that there exists some inherent drive towards productivity that custom was blocking. It might also be to assume that there was an already existing industrial capitalism waiting to have its, quote, fetters, end quote, removed so that it could naturally, quote, unfold, end quote. Perhaps neither one of these assumptions is correct. Perhaps the historical record speaks plainly when it shows that pre-industrial European class society was highly inventive, but did not revolutionize production or even show any clear signs that it was about to do so. Moreover, perhaps the revolutionizing of production did not even require the application of machinery in the first place. The technology of the Industrial Revolution. If the controversy over whether the, quote, Industrial Revolution, end quote, is itself an appropriate term, had focused strictly on technology, the gradualist school might have won the day, at least if the discussion were restricted to the 18th century. Throughout the 18th century, key innovations appeared that would have far-reaching consequences, and certainly the momentum picks up as the century wears on. But looking back from 1800, it is hard to see these developments as a technological revolution. The agrarian innovations of the early 18th century, such as floating water meadows, the use of turnips as fodder, artificial grasses, and the seed drill, have already been discussed. It bears reminding that agriculture, as much as manufacturing, was subject to, quote, improvement, end quote, in the form of innovation in the early 18th century. British inventiveness continued in the latter half of the 18th century, the most notable example being the invention of the threshing machine by Scotsman Andrew Meikle, Meikle, in the mid-1780s. The, quote, thresher or, quote, thrasher was powered by hand, by horse, by water, and eventually by steam. Beckett. Within industry, the major British innovations of the 18th century occurred within two broad areas: the various branches of the textile trades on the one hand and the nexus of iron, coal, and power production on the other. We begin this overview with the latter. 1600 years after Hero of Alexandria developed his Aeolipile, Aeolipile, the first known development of a steam engine, the British Parliament granted a 99-year monopoly to the Marquis of Worcester and his heirs for a, quote, water-commanding, end quote, engine. Worcester had visions of enormous profits from his proposal to develop a waterworks supply for the city of London. We know little of his contraption, however, including whether or not the subsequent patent taken out by Thomas Savary of Devon in 1698 for a steam-driven engine was for an entirely novel invention, or one based on Worcester's earlier effort. Savary was hoping to sell his device to mine owners seeking to cut costs. As the mines in England and Wales were growing ever deeper, drainage costs were becoming exorbitant. Savary proposed to use his device for drawing water out of mines. The drawback of Savary's invention were largely overcome with the subsequent development of the single-cylinder, quote, atmospheric or, quote, beam engine of Thomas Newcomen, also of Devon, around 1710. Footnote: Usher showers extraordinarily high praise on Newcomen's achievement. Quote, the invention of the atmospheric engine in this form, Newcomen's, was the greatest single act of synthesis in the history of the steam engine, and must be regarded as one of the primary or strategic inventions. The important work of Watt and his contemporaries was crucial rather than synthetic, and though new devices had to be invented, they are, after all, improvements of the Newcomen machine, which can scarcely be rated as greater inventive achievements, end quote. It should be noted that Newcomen was inspired by the work of French inventor Denis Papin, who had worked with Boyle, Huygens, and Leibniz, and who invented the steam digester and even developed a model piston engine which inspired Newcomen's work. Thus we see again that a single invention can be traced to the work of many previous scientists and inventors, and we have another example of the British borrowing from the work of continental inventors. Papin was a Huguenot and did spend much of his life in London. Where Newcomen secured his reputation is in successfully applying his invention to good productive use, for had he failed in that, the fame likely would not have followed. End footnote. By 1712, the first Newcomen engine was in operation near Wolverhampton. By the 1720s and 1730s, Newcomen steam engines were at work in coal mines, especially the deeper ones as in northern England, as well as in the tin mines and mines extracting other non-ferrous ores, which saw an upsurge in the late 1740s. Dean and Coal. Newcomen's engine helped to solve not only drainage problems, but problems of water shortages, slowing or halting water wheel-driven furnaces and forges in the iron industry. Steam now took its place alongside wind and water as a source of inanimate power to be harnessed for productive purposes. By 1767, fully 57 Newcomen engines were employed in the mining industry. One of the most critical inventions of the early 18th century initiated a major step forward in British iron production by applying a modified form of coal to the iron smelting process. The Quaker Abraham Darby, son of a locksmith, began applying coke to smelting in 1702. Experiments in smelting with coal had been attempted since at least 1612, most famously by Dudley, Darby's great uncle. Footnote. Coke had been discovered in the Middle Ages and by the 17th century was used as a fuel in processes where it could be kept from making direct contact with the raw material, such as in glass making and dyeing. But because iron smelting involves direct contact between fuel and ore, the impurities found in coked coal prohibited its application, and most furnaces therefore relied on the cleaner but inefficient charcoal between 1750. Trinder notes that Darby used coke for the first time, and his success was probably due to the fact that Shropshire clod coal from which the coke was made was largely free of sulfur. End quote. It was the same Shropshire coal used by his great-uncle Dudley, whose success in making iron using pit coal, however limited, undoubtedly benefited from the quality of the coal he was using. Dudley was one of 11 illegitimate children born to Edward Sutton, the 5th Baron Dudley, and his mistress Elizabeth Tomlinson, making him a distant cousin of the famous Robert Dudley, Queen Elizabeth's favorite, and Robert's younger brother Guilford Dudley, the doomed spouse of Lady Jane Grey. With such connections within the nobility, Dud was able to show samples of his work to King James and later had a patent that was renewed under Charles I. Quote, "He endured the usual disappointments of inventors," end quote, writes Mantow. His blast furnaces at Stourbridge were destroyed by floods, removing Staffordshire. His works were again sacked by the workmen of jealous iron masters. He was unable to renew his patent even after the Restoration, despite having fought as a colonel in Prince Rupert's cavalry. According to Mantow, when he died, quote, unnoticed, end quote, in 1684, quote, his secret, if he had one, died with him, end quote. Or did it? It is curious that Mantow did not notice the family connection between Dudley and Darby, for Abraham Darby's grandmother, Jane, was Dudley's sister. Could Darby have been taking advantage of a family secret? End footnote. By 1790, Darby had successfully managed to smelt iron with coke, although the process of perfecting his discovery to the point of being able to use coke to make wrought iron of comparable strength and malleability as that made by using charcoal continued for a generation after his untimely death in 1717. A second coke-fired blast furnace was not established until 1749. After 1750, prices of coke and charcoal reversed and coke smelting began to spread beyond Coalbrookdale. But even some 80 years after Darby's discovery, there were some large furnaces in Shropshire still smelting with charcoal. In 1718, James Puckle took out a patent on the first machine gun. There's a couple footnotes I need to read first. Footnote. Darby had leased a, quote, small and derelict ironworks in Coalbrookdale. In 1708, bringing his workers with him from Bristol, and within a few months, quote, was able to achieve an innovation which would ultimately revolutionize the iron industry, end quote. Trinder, 1974. This account might leave the impression that Darby started from scratch, which is unlikely. Quote, the Darbys took out no patents, the second Darby refusing to, quote, to deprive the public of such an acquisition, end quote, end quote. Letter of Mrs. Abia Darby, cited by Ashton, 1963, page 250, and by Hammond and Hammond. Only the Darbys produced cast iron products on such a scale that they could make coking pay. The Darbys also kept secret another patent of Abraham Darby, who had discovered in 1707 a superior way of making thin-walled castings poured straight from the foundry furnace, for which pig iron was more applicable than wrought iron. End footnote. Another footnote. There were many factors involved in the quality of charcoal or coke, which had to be sufficiently porous, sufficiently strong, and with the right amount of oil in order to produce steady heat and flames. The greater cost initially involved in making pig iron from coke compared with pig from charcoal contributed to the delay. Meanwhile, England lagged behind Russia, Sweden, and France in metallurgy. End footnote. In 1718, James Puckle took out a patent on the first machine gun, but his early weapon of mass destruction only brought financial ruin to its maker. Around this time, George Soracold was building the first silk spinning factory for Thomas Lomb at Derby. The factory employed large circular spinning frames approximately 15 feet in diameter powered by water. The designs for these frames are thought to have been stolen from Italy by Thomas's brother John Loom. Power-driven silk spinning having been known secretly in Italy since the early 17th century, if not before, being based upon the designs of Zanca and or Da Vinci. The machines Loam installed in his factory, quote, were basically a large version of a hand technique, end quote. But if the technology was not new, and the machine itself no major technological advance, what was novel was the design and layout of the factory itself, which set the standard, being of unprecedented scale. The huge water wheel turned, quote, no fewer than 25,000 small wheels that simultaneously threw and reeled silk on a vast scale, end quote. The advent of the factory in Britain and the mode of labor organization it implied introduced a new technology of labor organizing. Anticipating later developments in cotton and woolens, silk spinning was mechanized, while silk weaving continued in the traditional artisan mode of organizing production. The earliest railways were used in the coal mining industry. The earliest railways were used in the coal mining industry. In 1726, the first railway bridge in the world was built in Durham. The first railways were built on wooden rails, but iron bindings were soon being tried, and cast iron wheels were put to generous use by the 1780s. The first railway bridge, quote, Causeway Arch, was built for the movement of Durham coal across the Cowsey Burn toward the Tyne. It had the largest span of any bridge built in Britain since Roman times, and the architect had to work from Roman models, end quote. End footnote. By comparison with the relatively quiet 1720s, the 1730s saw a virtual flurry of inventions. The pace of innovation was brisk, but not yet brilliant. In 1730, the making of pots was transformed by the introduction of molds and the use of the plaster of Paris for making common pots and decorations. Now only finer wares required a thrower, and new classes of pottery workers came to predominate: carvers, designers, and pressers. Double firing, introduced by Enoch Booth, reduced the risk of the ceramics being damaged in the ovens. But the lead-based glaze he also introduced brought a scourge on the pottery workers, lead poisoning. Footnote. According to Hammonds, quote, these several changes of method had made the complete reorganization of the industry on a capitalist basis inevitable, end quote. To justify this claim, they argue that, quote, an industry which imports and exports cannot be conducted on the scale of a peasant industry which uses local materials and supplies a local market. The needs of the old industry had been served by master potters, each of whom had a single oven with 6 men and 4 boys, fired once a week, and drew a weekly profit of 10 shillings, together with 6 shillings for his own labor. Before the middle of the century, the more enterprising masters began to add oven to oven. Thus the factory arrived, end quote. How adding ovens or expanding the size of the operation translates into factory production is far from clear. This claim is reminiscent of Neff's thesis and also the commercialization model. End footnote. John Kay introduced his flying shuttle to weaving in 1733, but it would take decades before it would come into widespread use. In the same year, William Kent invented the baby carriage. Wyatt and Paul patented their roller spinning machine in 1783. Caissons to allow underwater foundations to be constructed were also developed in England that year. In the 1740s, Benjamin Huntsman discovered the process of making steel with a coke-fired crucible. In 1741, physician William Brownrigg invented water carbonation. 2 years later, Thomas Bolsover invented silver plate and thus Sheffield silver. Benjamin Franklin introduced the Franklin stove in 1742, and 10 years later performed his famous experiment with a kite, discovering electricity and inventing the lightning rod. Franklin went on to invent bifocals in his later years, 1784. Egyptian temples from the 3rd century before Common Era were built with copper-covered masts, while records suggest that the Minoans built temples in the mountains with spear-shaped metal masts to attract lightning. Were these early examples of lightning rods? End footnote. In 1748, Louis Paul and Daniel Bourne were rewarded separate patents for their respective designs of a carding engine. Footnote. Bourne took out his patent number 628 in January 1748. Paul took out patent number 636 on the 30th of August 1748. Wadsworth concludes that, quote, it was probably the grant of this patent, bracket, to Bourne, end bracket, which decided Paul to apply for one of his own carding machine, end quote. End footnote. Every invention discussed thus far was invented or adapted either in Britain or in America, which was still a British colony. Outside the English-speaking world, the scientific revolution carried on, and the preoccupation was with measurement. The mercury thermometer was invented by German physicist Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit in 1714, and in 1742, Swedish astronomer Anders Celsius invented the Celsius scale. But the British made major contributions to measurements in this period as well, specifically in the area that made them masters of the seas, marine navigation. English mathematician John Hadley and American inventor Thomas Godfrey independently invented the octant, or, quote, mariner's quadrant, end quote, in the years 1730 to 1731, finally improving upon Hipparchus's astrolabe of ancient times. In 1757, Englishman John Campbell improved upon the octant to invent the sextant. 2 years later, Englishman John Harrison invented the first successful marine chronometer, allowing accurate timekeeping at sea. Outside of Britain, the preoccupation with measurement continued, and with the invention of the hydrometer to measure humidity by Swiss physicist Horace de Saussure in 1775. And could we fail to mention that most enduring legacy of the French Revolution, the metric system? Footnote. Devised by 12 scientists appointed by France's revolutionary government, the role was to standardize France's notoriously chaotic systems of measurement. In 1824, the British government introduced its own standardization imperial measures, based on the, quote, imperial units, end quote, known as the yard and the pound. End footnote. Neff remarks that 1760, quote, is too early a date for marking the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, but it is much too late a date for marking the beginning of the intellectual development which made a revolution possible, end quote. Footnote. Mechanical inventions, writes Neff, quote, were a product of a movement in natural science and technology which was in progress long before the middle of the 18th century, end quote. End footnote. Thus Neff recognizes the Industrial Revolution as something separate from his, quote, early Industrial Revolution, end quote. At the same time, he lends some credence to Toynbee's now famous line, quote, previously to 1760, the old industrial system obtained in England, none of the great mechanical inventions had been introduced, end quote. Footnote. Toynbee continues, quote, the agrarian changes were still in the future, end quote. An assertion we would contest, although most certainly a reference to the fact that parliamentary enclosures were only just beginning. End footnote. No doubt the great mechanical inventions to which Toynbee is referring include the following inventions that would soon revolutionize the textile industry. The spinning jenny, introduced in 1765 and normally credited to James Hargreaves, a weaver and carpenter from Stanhill, Lancashire, although Thomas Hyes may have been its original inventor. Footnote. To Hargreaves' great misfortune, the courts refused his application for a patent on the grounds that his invention had already been employed in industry prior to his application. He did not die a poor man, but the £4,000 left for his family upon his death was a paltry sum next to the fortune made by his rival, Richard Arkwright. The jenny did lead to the development of factory production, but was mostly located in cottages, replacing the earlier spinning wheel. According to Guest, Thomas Hyes, a comb maker and inventor from the village of Lee, in Lancashire, was the true inventor of the jenny, just as he was the true inventor of the water frame. According to another account, having completed a machine suitable only for making the weft, he set out to make a machine that could produce threads suitable for the warp, namely the water frame. The jenny's output, quote, was too soft to be used for warp, which still had to be manufactured from linen, made from the stem of the flax plant. There is some suggestion that at this stage, Hyes handed the jenny over to James Hargreaves. The two families certainly knew each other, at least later in life, and returned to tackle the problem of drafting rollers, end quote. Cotton Times, 2006. End footnote. The ribbing stocking frame, for which Jedediah Strutt took out his patent in 1766, and the water frame, most certainly devised by Thomas Hyes but introduced for application by Richard Arkwright between 1767 and 1768 and operating in a factory by 1771. Footnote. According to Arkwright, he invented the water frame in 1768 with the aid of a Warrington clockmaker by the name of John Kay, no relation to the inventor of the shuttle loom. He obtained a patent the following year. The machine itself apparently bore a strong resemblance to that introduced by John Wyatt and improved upon by Louis Paul, differing, quote, only in its details, end quote. A, quote, wheel sets in motion 4 pairs of increasing rapidity of rotation. The top cylinder of each pair is covered with leather, whilst the lower one is ribbed or grooved lengthwise. After it has gone through the rollers, those whose progressive acceleration stretches it more and more, the thread is twisted and wound on vertical spindles, end quote. End footnote. The spinning jenny was basically an adaptation of its precursor, the spinning wheel. For the spinning jenny made it possible to work 8 and later as many as 100 spindles by a single wheel, whereas the old spinning wheel worked 1 spindle and 1 alone, end quote. Hammond and Hammond. The appearance of the spinning jenny and the water frame at the same time helped to solve the immediate problem of a shortage of yarn, which was attributable in good measure to the success of John Kay's, quote, flying shuttle, end quote, loom. After a delay that can be attributed in part to resistance from weavers who saw it as a threat to their livelihood, use of the, quote, flying shuttle, end quote, loom, which could weave cloth out of cotton or woolen thread, began to spread in the 1750s and 1760s. Its use led to a surge in output of woven cloths and a crisis on the spinning side of the industry by way of a shortage of yarn. Finding a solution to the problem of domestic spinning being unable to keep with the new, faster pace of the weavers became an imperative. In 1761, the Society for the Encouragement of the Arts and Manufactures had offered up a prize for the inventor who could find a solution. Footnote. This competition is surely one that Dean and Cole, 1969, had in mind when they commented that it was, quote, not entirely by chance that these discoveries came when they did, for by the 1760s, competitions were being held for all the best inventions, end quote. Manto comments that Wyatt and Paul, who had tried and failed to manage a small factory based on their spinning machine, quote, were too early, end quote. Manto was apparently unaware of Richard Guest's account, wherein Guest asserts that Arkwright actually procured a model of the water frame from John Kay in 1767. Kay having worked with Hyes on both the jenny and the water frame. End footnote. How greatly this prize was coveted by inventors is not of issue here, but it does suggest a conscious preoccupation in Britain with the need to resolve economic pressures by way of invention. New and key innovations in the textile industry continued to appear in Britain from the 1770s onwards. Various inventors made successive improvements on the carding engine, likely building upon the models of Paul and Bourne. One of these inventors was John Lees, who, in 1772, improved upon the carding engine by adding the feeder mechanism. In the same year, James Hargreaves added the crank and comb. Thomas Hyes also made his contribution. In 1774, a Mr. Wood succeeded in obtaining perpetual or endless carding. Guessed. And in 1777, American Oliver Evans presented a design for a machine to make the teeth for the carding engine. Footnote. This was his first invention. He would go on to be the first to patent the designs for a grist mill in its entirety and to make improvements on the steam engine. His designs for a steam carriage, a steam-powered dredge, and a refrigerator run on vapor were not realized until later inventors took them up. End footnote. In 1779, Samuel Crompton introduced his, quote, mule, end quote, so named because it borrowed features both from the spinning jenny and the water frame, having both rollers and spindles. Footnote. Hammond and Hammond, born into a Lancashire family of cottagers who combined domestic spinning with agriculture, Crompton had known Arkwright personally when he was still a barber at Bolton. End footnote. It was invented in secrecy, and Crompton at first used it only for his own spinning, but the quality of thread it produced attracted curiosity mixed with greed. Quote, ladders were used to peep in at his windows and holes were bored into his walls, end quote. Montu, 1961. The initial subscription was £67, 6 shillings and 6 pence. Though not all made good on their promise. A subsequent subscription of £500 was raised in 1802, and Parliament made a grant of 10 times this amount in 1812. Crompton also invented a carding machine, apparently destroyed it to prevent anyone from stealing his innovation. Where the jenny's thread was fine but weak, and the water frame's thread was strong but coarse, quote, the mule gave both strength and extreme finesse, end quote, whereby the mule, quote, enabled British manufacturers to outdo the renowned skill of the Indian workers and to manufacture muslins of incomparable delicacy, end quote. Mantu, 1961. End footnote. As the mule was an adaptation of the water frame, Crompton stood little chance of gaining a patent. He thus decided to make a gift of it to the public, and the manufacturers raised a small subscription. Several Scotsmen made important contributions to the textile industry. In 1783, Thomas Bell replaced hand printing with a copper ruler, thus introducing the revolving press and allowing one workman to print as many calicoes as 100 hand printers in the same time. The shearing frame, perhaps the most contentious piece of machinery in the later Luddite disturbances, was invented in 1787 by Sheffield clergyman John Harmer. In 1790, a Scot named William Kelly adapted the mule to water power. Quote, from the time forward, the mule became the spinning machine par excellence, and took the place in current use of Hargreaves jenny, end quote. As spinning surged forward, the weavers could not keep up with the demand. It was Edmund Cartwright who proved the skeptics wrong by devising the first working model of a power loom by 1785. Cartwright set up 400 loom steam-powered factory in Manchester in 1791, only to see it burned to the ground by angry weavers a month later. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin in 1792, a critical contribution because it enabled cotton production to keep pace with the demand of a rapidly expanding cotton cloth production industry in Britain. In 1797, Neil Snodgrass of Lancashire invented a scotching or blowing machine to clean the straw out of raw cotton. By 1800, the demand on the part of manufacturers, the government, and probably a good share of the public for a power loom began to outdo the resistance to it posed by weavers and their supporters. So severe was the shortage of yarn felt that a campaign was undertaken to ban its export. Power weaving was revived, and after 1800 the power loom was triumphant, as over the next 4 decades the wages of the weavers would fall from bringing them near middle-class prosperity to a level of grinding poverty. New innovations in the hosiery trade continued to emerge, such as John Heathcote's bobbin net machine for making bobbin lace of 1808. Just as in textiles in the 1760s was a kind of turning point for developments in Britain's iron industry. After decades of experimentation, Darby's process of smelting iron with coke had improved to the point where it could be profitably disseminated in the 1750s and 1760s. New coke-fired furnaces began to be built not just at Coalbrookdale, but also at Carron, Scotland, and Dowlais, South Wales, and Wrexham district of North Wales. Coke blasting required larger furnaces, and so as this process spread, the size of the furnaces increased. This in turn required larger draughts. Leather bellows could not keep up with the larger furnaces, and although better, neither could Isaac Wilkinson's cast iron blowing cylinder, which was first introduced in 1760 at Carron Iron Works in Scotland. Further improvements in this area. Footnote. Montaut, citing Ashton, 1963, credits Isaac Wilkinson for this advance. In 1757, Wilkinson, quote, had taken out a patent for a system by which, quote, a furnace, forge, or any other works may be blown from any waterfall to several miles distant by means of a pipe, end quote. Patent number 713, 12th of March, 1757, end footnote. Further improvements in this area would have to await the arrival and first application of the steam engine in 1776. In 1766, the brothers Carange took out a patent on the refining of pig iron using a reverberatory furnace in a coke-fired forge, anticipating Cort's later discovery. In 1767, the first iron rails had been cast at Coalbrookdale by Richard Reynolds, who managed the Derby operation during the years when the third generation of Darbys had not yet come of age. The iron rails replaced the wooden rails that connected Coalbrookdale's blast furnaces with the nearby mines. The implications of these developments were far-reaching. Probably the most far-reaching development of the 1760s was James Watt's separate condenser engine, which he had devised by 1765, and for which he took out his first patent in 1769. Many improvements had been proposed to improve upon Newcomen's engine, which was recognized as inefficient in terms of its consumption of fuel and loss of energy, but Watt was the first to resolve, quote, the practical difficulty of dealing with system pressures, end quote. Among those who had struggled with steam pressures was Frenchman Nicolas Joseph Cugnot, who had applied the steam engine without a separate condenser to a large horse cart or fardier, and barely, end parentheses, achieved successful self-propelled automobile motion in 1769. Succumbing to problems of weight distribution, his invention never achieved practical success. Another Frenchman, Claude Francois Dorothée, the Marquis de Jouffroy de Auban, was responsible for the first successful steam-powered ship, which operated in 1776. Fascinated with the new forms of transport, the French would later develop the hot air balloon. The Montgolfier brothers and the first parachute, Louis Lenormand, both inventions appearing in 1783. In 1775, Iron Master John Wilkinson took out a patent on a new type of boring machine that produced metal cylinders and greater accuracy. These he supplied to Wyatt, who without them would not have been able to complete his first successful separate condenser steam engine in 1776. In 1782, Wyatt introduced the double-acting steam engine, which doubled the power of the steam engine and would later prove suitable to the locomotive. Got a couple footnotes here to read. Footnote 1. The first actual recorded manned flight of a balloon came in 1709 when the Brazilian Father Bartolomeu de Gusmão gave a demonstration to the Portuguese court in Lisbon. There is speculation that the ancient Nazcas of Peru, who were fascinated with flying, had actually pioneered balloon flight, and that this, rather than alien visitations, might explain the impressive gigantic animal figures and straight lines carved into the Nazca plain. End footnote. Next footnote. While he had studied physics and chemistry under Lavoisier and Berthollet, Lenormand's work may not have required much financing. His initial parachute jump from a tree used simply two modified umbrellas. The brothers Montgolfier, on the other hand, were underwritten by a committee of the Académie des Sciences de Paris. I don't know how I'm saying it. Academy of Sciences of Paris is what it looks like it's translates to. End quote. Given the scope of the project, the Ministry of Finance was quick to assume control of the financing for the venture. End quote. Fortier, 2004. In general, inventors in France enjoyed greater state patronage, while inventors in Britain tended to be self-financed amateurs. End footnote. Next footnote. The patent was surely inspired by that taken out in 1758 by Wilkinson's father, Isaac, patent number 732, for, quote, a new method of invention for casting guns or cannon, fire engines, cylinders, pipes, and sugar bowls, and other such like instruments, bracket, to be cast, end bracket, in an expeditious manner, end quote. End footnote. The 1780s, where am I? These he supplied to Wyatt, who without them would not have been able to complete his first successful separate condenser steam engine in 1776. In 1782, Watt introduced the double-acting steam engine, which doubled the power of the steam engine and would later prove suitable to the locomotive. The 1780s saw a sudden leap in iron output in Britain that would last until the 1810s and 1820s. The spread of coke-fired furnaces was surely a part of the reason, but we must also consider the broader context of falling prices, falling wages, a growing and accelerating domestic market with constantly emerging new developments and demand for new goods. Iron production facilities and the firms that ran them grew along with the size of the productive equipment and gave the owner an advantage over his rivals. The same held true in the brewing industry. In brewing, the means by which the technology could be improved to expand the scale of production was simple and did not require the arrival of steam or the railroad. The size of the vat and the utensils could be increased. By itself, this change, quote, gave economies of scale and costs of construction and materials, end quote. Footnote. Matthias notes that one brewer, Richard Mew, gave, quote, 200 people a dinner to celebrate the opening of his huge vat inside the vessel, end quote. End footnote. As the scale of production increased, an extraordinary degree of capitalization was required in both the iron ore and brewing industries. As vats and bellows expanded, so did the uses of iron. In 1775, American David Bushnell invented an iron submarine known as the Turtle, the first ever to be used in combat. John Smeaton, the first self-described civil engineer, began using the first cast iron axle in 1778. Footnote. Museum of Science and Industry, Manchester, visit by author. November 1997. According to the museum, Smeaton began using wrought iron brackets on his wheels in 1780. The first use of iron rims on wheels, however, dates to the Celts, who used them on their chariots. Otherwise, wheels before Smeaton were made entirely out of wood. End footnote. Samuel Harrison invented the first steel nib pen in 1780, replacing the long-used quill pen. In 1779, Thomas Pritchard, John Wilkinson, and Abraham Darby III completed the construction of the world's first iron bridge, with a 100-foot span at a height of 45 feet. As a visible demonstration of the versatility of wrought iron, it attracted worldwide attention. Larger iron bridges soon followed at Sunderland across the Wear in 1796 and another long Severn in 1797. In 1784, Henry Shrapnel of Wiltshire, a lieutenant in the Royal Artillery, produced the hollow exploding cannonball or, quote, shrapnel shell, end quote. Footnote. Shrapnel's name was erroneously applied to fragmentation from artillery shells, the current usage of, quote, shrapnel, end quote, today, for shrapnel's cannonball was soon replaced by high explosive rounds, end footnote. In 1787, Wilkinson defied his critics by successfully launching the first iron barge on the Severn. Before his death in 1805, he envisioned iron ships. Footnote. In 1788, Wilkinson astonished his contemporaries when he supplied the city of Paris with cast iron pipes totaling 40 miles in length for the expansion of its waterworks. Quote, toward the end of his life, Wilkinson liked to repeat that iron was destined to take the place of most of the materials then in use, and the day would come when everywhere would be seen iron houses, iron roads, and iron ships. When he died in 1805, he was buried in accordance with his wishes in an iron coffin, end quote. End footnote. In 1788, Matthew Boulton developed a coin-making machine powered by Watt's rotive engine. In 1797, he prevailed upon Parliament to pursue counterfeiters and standardize the coinage. Footnote. Boulton wrote that a boy of 12 could operate his machine. Up until this time, coin-making was very labor-intensive. An additional advance was the retaining collar. In 1805, the Royal Mint left the Tower of London for Little Tower Hill. Contracts were made to buy machinery from Boulton, and by 1812 were furnished. In 1817, local coinage was forbidden in France, and Boulton supplied the machinery to standardize the coinage in France and several other countries. End footnote. Also in 1797, New Jersey blacksmith Charles Newbold received a patent for the first cast iron plow. Preceded by many experiments, the first, quote, practical, end quote, steamboat was realized through the application of William Symington's patent steam engine to a paddle wheel boat designed by Patrick Miller of Dumfries, Scotland. In 1802, the vessel successfully towed 2 barges along the Forth and Clyde Canal, commencing the era of the steam-powered towboat. As coke smelting began to spread, it quickly became apparent that its application was limited to producing pig iron, which was suitable for casting but too brittle for much else. Pig iron, footnote. Pig iron was named after the process involved in its making. At the foundry, iron ore mixed with lime was superheated for up to 2 weeks until it became liquid. It was then poured into sand furrows on the ground, the main furrow being the, quote, sow, end quote, and 20-some furrows shooting off the saw known as, quote, pigs, end quote. Quote, when sufficiently cool, but still plastic, the iron in the several pigs was broken off from the iron in the sow. The iron in the sow was then broken up into a number of pieces at the length of the pigs. The pig iron was now ready, end quote. Hammond and Hammond, 1974, end footnote. In order to produce an iron with greater, quote, malleability, tensile strength, ductility, and other virtues, end quote, namely wrought iron, the metal was reheated in a forge and pounded with tilt hammers to reduce the carbon content and remove other impurities. Footnote. The forge was called a, quote, finery, end quote. Hence the process was known as one of, quote, fining, end quote, the iron, or of, quote, a, quote, chaffery, end quote. Quote, the pig iron was reduced to the proper consistency in the finery and then placed under a big hammer worked by a water wheel and beaten into a thick square of, quote, a thick square or, quote, half bloom, end quote. The heating and hammering were repeated a second time, and the product was then known as a, quote, bloom, end quote, a square bar with knobs at either end. These knobs had to undergo more heating and hammering before they were turned into bars, end quote. Of wrought iron or bar iron, Hammond and Hammond, 1974, end footnote. By 1750 and well after, this process relied mainly on charcoal and was both cumbersome and expensive. The search was on for a better method of making wrought iron. A partial solution was discovered in the use of reverberatory fire, known since medieval times but only applied to smelting in the late 17th century, which kept the flames from direct contact with the metal. In 1728, William Wood devised a method of enclosing the iron in crucibles to prevent sulfur contamination. This method, known as, quote, potting and stamping, end quote, spread to all stages of refining around the year 1780, and according to Bredell, was responsible for the subsequent 70% jump in iron output. But British iron was still of inferior quality. Henry Court's trials with reverberatory fire, which led to patents in 1783 and 1784, delivered the crucial advance that allowed the British iron industry to excel in quality as well. Footnote. In what is apparently another case of simultaneous invention, puddling was also discovered and patented by Peter Onions, an obscure foreman at one of the ironworks in Merthyr Tydfil in Wales. End footnote. Known as, quote, puddling, end quote, Court's technique involved removing the carbon by heating and cooling the metal until the higher quality metal could be separated out as a consequence of its higher melting point. Court also invented, quote, rolling, end quote, which replaced hammering by squeezing out the dross. As opposed to hammering, rolling, quote, worked perhaps 15 times as fast, and by grooving or otherwise performing the rolls, one could now turn out an almost unlimited range of these standardized crude shapes, beams, bars, rails, and the like, that have come to constitute the framework of industry, construction, and transport. End quote. Landis. Potting, puddling, and rolling revolutionized the British steel industry. Only the making of steel could not yet be made with coke. By now, Watt's steam engine was applied to the draught, enabling the large furnaces to operate at greater capacity. Footnote. Though it was not until 1829, with Nielsen's discovery that preheating the air could raise the limitations imposed by the capacity of the bellows, that until another significant improvement to the draught was made. For Britain, this development had enormous ramifications. End footnote. For Britain, this development had enormous ramifications. The switch to coke coal meant that the assault on the diminishing forest could be somewhat abated, and meanwhile Britain's dependence on foreign bar iron was checked. Dean and Cole, 1969. The earliest accurate metalworking lathes, including iron mandrel lathes, date to around 1700. The achievements of Sweden's Christopher Polhem, 1661 to 1751, in advancing machine tools were exceptional. He applied water power to the manufacture of various metal objects. Quote, plowshares, harrow teeth, and hammerheads were among the coarser articles made. Gun locks, door locks, clock wheels, tinned plates, and bracket vessels were among the lighter and more elaborate shapes. End quote. Usher. Polhem's use of power shears and the rolling mill would be emulated outside of Sweden. Polhem's water-powered factory for producing clocks was built in 1699 in Stjärnsund, Sweden, predating the Lohm factory by around 2 decades. Footnote. The factory met with resistance from workers who feared they would be replaced by machines, an early example of a kind of, quote, Luddism, end quote, outside of Britain. The factory was mostly destroyed in a fire in 1734, but it continued to produce clocks. End footnote. Around 1750, the mechanical slide rest appeared in Britain, and around the same time the tool holder carriage was attached to the lathe as well. In 1778, French gunsmith Honoré Blanc called a group of politicians, scholars, and military men together to demonstrate his discovery of interchangeable parts. Having disassembled 1,000 muskets, he reassembled them from parts drawn at random. While the French government rejected his invention, Thomas Jefferson visited his workshop and wrote back to America about it. In 1783, Frenchman Samuel Rey, R-E-H-E, invented the grinder for sharpening tools. Around 1790, Massachusetts inventor Jacob Perkins devised the nail-making machine. Between 1795 and 1798, American inventor Eli Whitney took up Blanc's idea and made a similar demonstration of interchangeable parts before Congress, which quickly took up the idea. These were key contributions from France and America. However, in the late 18th and early 19th century, Britain yielded an exceptional number of foundational innovations in machine tools. In 1770, Jesse Ramsden invented the screw-cutting lathe, and in 1797, Henry Maudslay would build one entirely out of metal, which could cut screws with higher precision and enabled the standardization of screw thread sizes. In 1793, Samuel Bentham developed machines to more efficiently produce the wooden pulley blocks used in the rigging on sailing ships. In the early 19th century, Maudslay and engineer Mark Brunel would work with Bentham to improve upon his invention, which bored, mortised, and finished the blocks. Usher. Birmingham engineer Ralph Heaton invented the button shank machine in 1794. Heaton's button shank machine is one of the earliest examples of a fully self-acting device. Heaton's button shank machine is one of the earliest examples of a fully self-acting device, capable of performing a whole series of consecutive operations without resetting. End quote. Usher. Other notable inventions by Maudslay were the compound slide rest in 1794 and the first bench micrometer in 1805, pushing the detail of measurement to 1/10,000th of an inch. Maudslay's father-in-law was the reputable inventor and locksmith Joseph Bramah, who was credited with inventing the flushing toilet in 1778, impenetrable locks, the hydraulic press in 1795, and the hydraulic jack in 1812. The contributions to the world of machine tools underwent a period of intensive refinement down to 1850. If Britain was excelling in machinery, what were inventors outside Britain doing in the era of Napoleon? Bavaria gave us lithography, developed by Alois Zennefelter in 1796. Italy gave us the modern battery, developed by Alessandro Volta in 1800. The Austrian Empire gave us the gas stove, developed by Moravian chemical manufacturer Sachhaus Winzler in 1802. But the most prolific inventing nation next to Britain in this era was surely Britain's rival across the Channel. The French gave us a much improved oil lamp, the Argand lamp, Ami Argand 1784, which became the standard for home lighting down to the appearance of the kerosene lamp in 1850. Carl Wilhelm Scheele of Sweden, born in Germany, is credited with being the first to isolate oxygen in 1771, with discovering chlorine in 1774. Footnote. The concept of the battery may have been known in ancient Mesopotamia. In Baghdad, the discovery in 1936 of a small clay jar containing a copper cylinder sealed with bitumen has left scientists with no plausible explanations other than that it may have served as a battery sometime between 250 before Common Era and 250 Common Era. James and Thorpe, 1994, and footnote. Second footnote. The argon lamp was patented in London on the 12th of March 1784 and was manufactured by Matthew Boulton. Like many inventors, Argon suffered chronic debt problems, and while, quote, Boulton treated Argon very badly, end quote, he did comply with a request to forgive a debt of £475. Delibes, 1971. End foot. Carl Wilhelm Scheele of Sweden, born in Germany, is credited, or maybe it's Scheele. Carl Wilhelm Scheele of Sweden, born in Germany, is credited with being the first to isolate oxygen in 1771 and with discovering chlorine in 1774. The French aristocrat Anton Lavoisier, the quote, father of modern chemistry, end quote, named both oxygen in 1778 and hydrogen in 1783, disproved phlogiston theory, and developed the first table of elements. Comte Claude Louis Berthollet was a chemist who became an inspector of dye works in 1784, whereupon he was able to develop his use of chlorine as a bleaching agent. Nicolas Leblanc was awarded a prize by the French government in 1791 for discovering a process, the quote, Leblanc process, end quote, for making sodium carbonate, much desired for use in French glass manufacturing from common sodium chloride. Also in 1791, dentist Nicolas Dubois de Chaumont took out a British patent on the manufacture of false teeth. This was an improvement upon the work of his partner, who in 1770 had introduced porcelain false teeth. In 1792, Napoleon's chief physician, Dominique Larrey, L-A-R-R-E-Y, developed the, quote, ambulance voltanes, or ambulance voltane, to carry wounded soldiers to designated hospitals. Equally useful for the French army was the optical telegraph, the first means devised for relaying detailed information over long distances, developed by Claude Chappe, C-H-A-P-P-E, in 1793. The first successful paper-making machine was patented in 1799. Sorry, I had to check. Make sure I was still recording. No, good. Trying to charge this goddamn phone, and I don't know if what's going on, but my USB cable keeps falling out. It's like throwing a hot dog down the hallway with my phone. Where the fuck am I now? I lost my goddamn place. The first successful paper-making machine was patented in 1799 by Nicolas Louis Robert, who sold the patent to the paper mill owner Leger Didot, or Leger Didot, D-I-D-O-T, who did nothing with it in France, but who in 1801 went to England, quote, the one country in the world which at that time possessed the capital, enterprise, and the skill necessary to develop industrial mechanization. Coleman. Footnote. The background to the development of paper-making machinery in France had to do with rising labor costs and strikes in the industry by the powerful compagnage, the forerunners to the early French trade unions. That's spelled C-O-M-P-A-G-N-A-G-E-S. End footnote. He approached Henry and Celie Fourdrinier of the firm Bloxham and Fourdrinier, the leading wholesale stationers in London, And by 1806, the quote, Fourdrinier, Fourdrinier, was working in several factories and would soon revolutionize the entire paper-making industry. At the manufacturing exhibition in Paris in 1801, Joseph Marie Jacquard of Lyon exhibited his, quote, Jacquard head, end quote, that allows punch cards to control the operations of a Dobby loom in order to make specified patterns. Jacquard's invention had a significant impact on textile manufacturing, since it was also an advance presaging the use of punch cards in computers. Silk weavers in Lyon took to destroying his machines, but after a decade its use spread in France, and after 1820 in Britain. In 1826, French inventor Nicephore Niepce, N-I-E with an accent, P-C-E, produced the first permanent photograph on a polished pewter, P-E-W-T-E-R, plate covered with bitumen, B-I-T-U-M-E-N. Thereafter, Niepce, that's what I'm going to guess that name is pronounced, Niepce, or Niepce, I don't fucking know, worked with Louis Daguerre in experimenting with silver and chalk compounds, and Daguerre introduced several improvements of his own after Niepce's death in 1833, laying the foundations for modern photography. In 1826, the Benoit Fourneron turned the water wheel on its side to develop the first outward flow water turbine, a far more efficient mechanism than the reactive turbine, or, quote, Segner wheel, end quote, developed by Hungarian Jan André Segner around 1750, and the inward flow water turbine Jean-Victor Poncelet, 1820. Finally, the classic case of simultaneous invention is the sewing machine, patented by Frenchman Barthélemy Thinomnier, Thinomnier, in 1830. 4 years later, American inventor Walter Hunt, apparently without knowledge of Thinomnier's invention, developed a better model using a lock stitch. While the French were making scientific contributions to chemistry, dentistry, weaving, sewing, and power generation, Britain continued to be the most prolific nation for inventors. In 1798, physician Edward Jenner devised the vaccination method. After 1807, gas lighting appeared in Europe's major cities thanks to the Natural Light and Heat Company. In 1850, Humphrey Davy invented the miner's safety lamp, and 3 years later, Marc Brunel, a Frenchman who had lived in America and Britain, developed the tunneling machine. By 1820, John McAdam had introduced macadamized roads, improving the strength and drainage properties of road building. In 1821, Michael Faraday introduced the electric motor. The reaping machine, forerunner of modern combine harvesters, was developed by Scotsman Patrick Bell in 1826. In yet another case of apparent simultaneous invention, American Cyrus McCormick independently developed a rather different type of reaping machine 5 years later. Two additional American inventions of our period are the revolver, patented by Elisha, Elisha Collier and Artemus Wheeler in the same year, 1818, and the pin-making machine patented by Lemuel Wright in 1824. We end this review with the advent of the locomotive, which for many signified the advent of the, quote, second, end quote, Industrial Revolution. In 1802, Cornish engineer Richard Trevithick introduced the next major step in the development of steam engines when he unveiled the first prototype for his high-pressure engine. The following year, he introduced the first successful locomotive. This was followed by Matthew Murray's, quote, Salamanca, end quote, engine in 1812, Christopher Blackett's, quote, Puffing Billy, end quote, in 1813, William Hedley's engine for the Wylam Colliery Railway, and George Stephenson's, quote, Locomotion, end quote, in 1825, which was the first public transport by steam locomotion. Stephenson went on to become the Arkwright of the railway, his company becoming the preeminent builder of railways in Britain, America, and Europe. Conclusion. It becomes quite apparent from this brief synopsis of the history of technology that human societies of all continents and races have been consistently inventive. The pace of invention appears to have received a significant boost from the formation of states which could patronize science, education, and the arts, and could organize production in new ways. Early masters of invention such as Hero or Zhang Heng undoubtedly enjoyed healthy stipends from the state, freeing them to focus on their labors. State societies appear to undergo periods of exceptional inventiveness. The scientific tradition that the Greeks handed down to the Romans and the Romans to Europe left a powerful legacy. Arguably, the inventions devised in China between the Han and Ming dynasties had an even greater impact. Between the fall of Rome and the rise of the early modern states, Europe made few contributions outside the sphere of agriculture, and the Arab Empire carried forward Greco-Roman knowledge and contributed substantial advances. The pace of European invention gathered momentum between the Renaissance and the Industrial Revolution, and this fact has facilitated the view of a continuous pan-European progress moving in a teleological fashion in the, quote, technical conquest of nature that allows one and only one grand avenue of advance, end quote. With Britain, quote, precociously, end quote, being the first nation to realize what is sometimes assumed to be an inevitable outcome of historical and technological development. Being the first nation to realize what is sometimes assumed to be an inevitable outcome of historical and technological development for all nations, the Industrial Revolution. I got a couple footnotes to read. First footnote. Watt's patent had expired in 1800, quote, and the field of steam power was thrown wide open, end quote. Trevithick's, quote, high-pressure engines were soon applied successfully in transportation and mining, whereas low-pressure engines like Watt's remained the prime form of steam power in manufacturing, end quote. Next footnote. Were Hale-Brenner to make this claim in terms not of technological advances per se, but in terms of the sequence of discovery of scientific and technological principles, he might have a stronger case. End footnote. After all, to the extent that we can measure progress or, quote, development, end quote, writ large, technological advance offers an easy empirical method of setting the benchmarks. This is the seductiveness of technological determinism, which, as we have seen, shades the thinking of even those who consider themselves quite opposed to the concept. Max Weber wrote that machines did not call the factory into being, but adds that there is a correlation between the two. Weber's claim that, quote, the specialization of work and labor discipline within the workshop, however, formed a predisposing condition, even an impetus toward the increased application and improvement of machines, end quote, is followed by the stunning and possibly absurd claim that, quote, economically, the significance of the machines lay in the introduction of systematic calculation, end quote. Weber. Here Weber seems to be conflating the systematic nature of bookkeeping and economic calculation with the systematic and repetitive motion of all machinery, treating the advance of the machine in the factory as the logical outgrowth of, quote, rational commerce, end quote. Quote, footnote, quote, rational commerce is the field in which quantitative reckoning first appeared to become dominant finally over the whole extent of economic life, end quote. End footnote. We could add a fourth model to our list, the rationality model. Enlightenment rationality for Weber was the Deus machina that explained the Industrial Revolution. This points to something particular about European class society and perhaps suggests an examination of social relations, but Weber gives us little by way of class analysis. What all the models we have discussed have in common is a degree of reductionism, whether in the form of economism, quote, demographism, end quote, or technological determinism, the tendency to assume that different societies will change along the same lines when the same phenomenon affect them is widespread. This is not to say that studies that generally follow such an approach invariably lead to inaccurate conclusions. As has been shown, few, if any, authors actually embrace the idea that they are, quote, determinists, end quote. The problem is rather one of incompleteness, and what is typically left out or ignored is an interrogation into how differing structures or the configurations of class relations between different societies affected by the same economic, demographic, or technological events or phenomenon generate completely different outcomes. It is no doubt tempting to leap to the conclusion, as Heilbronner does, that the fact of independent invention, such as the parachute, the glider, or the compass, and more dramatically, simultaneous independent invention, the octant, the typewriter, and the reaping machine, demonstrates that all societies are moving along the same, quote, grand avenue of advance, end quote, when it comes to technology. Yet following Usher, we have argued that every invention is but the culmination of the work of many previous inventors working out solutions to problems. Each advance in machine engineering, gearing, interchangeable parts, electric automation, presents new possibilities for solving a particular problem or meeting a specific human need through mechanization. The same principle of advancement applies not only to machines but to all applied sciences, such as medicine or chemistry. So as innovations appear and spread from one society to another, the possibility and likelihood of solving other problems or meeting other social needs may be enhanced. So long as societies are exchanging technologies, the general progression appears to follow a logical sequence. We know that the scientific revolution involved considerable sharing of results across national borders, so that scholars in many countries could be confronted with the same scientific problems at the same time and for long periods of time. Tracing the incremental advances is something that has to be done singly for each field. Are these factors not sufficient to explain the occurrence of simultaneous invention, without jumping to the conclusion that because the progression of innovation moves only in a forward direction, all societies are governed by a single overarching logic of technological progress? Even if we concur that this was so, we would still be at pains to explain why the Industrial Revolution started in Britain and Britain only. One of the clues to some major differences in social relations can be ascertained from our review of inventions, especially when we examine the different emphases and the sponsors of the various inventors. what we observe is that the discoveries outside of Britain, particularly in France, are far more focused upon scientific principles, while Britain took the lead in machinery and components arising out of productive facilities. Matthias notes that in France there was quote, much greater state patronage through the Académie des Sciences, Academy of Sciences, by military sponsorship and direct industrial sponsorship, as with the research department attached to Sèvres, or Sèvres, Sevres, porcelain factory working on glazes, enamels, and paints. Provincial academies also flourished in the main regional cities, end quote. Matthias. By contrast, in Britain there was a strong interest in, quote, amateur science, end quote, with an emphasis on relating science to industry, and, quote, in this, England is certainly unique in Europe, end quote. Usher. In England, local science societies, quote, flourished with very tiny material resources, being amateur and self-financing, end quote. Usher. In Europe, state patronage in the 18th century favored the theoretical sciences. Calls for greater empiricism in the mechanical arts were not heeded in a timely manner. Footnote. Wolfhard Weber credits Christian Wolff in G.W. von Leibniz for calling for a complete accounting of the, quote, mechanical possibilities of the territory, bracket Germany, end bracket, in order to establish a much more perfect state as machine, end quote. Wolff in particular stressed the need for, quote, cooperation between the mathematical, physical, and empirical methods, end quote. But, quote, with the professorship of cameral sciences institutionalized, and with officials being more interested in jurisprudence than in technical and mathematical aspects of the Wolffian concept of technical officials, was delayed for decades. Only after the 7 Years' War was Wolff's cry taken up with any seriousness in Germany. Here is another example demonstrating the absence of capitalist social property relations and market imperatives on the continent. End footnote. The key difference between Britain and the continent is that manufacturing in Britain was coming to be regulated by market considerations and pressures. Innovation was largely, but not entirely, a private affair. Scientific and industrial advancement in the rest of 18th century Europe was still state-led. Thus, the discovery of similar processes by which the refining of foundry iron in significant quantities could be carried out was discovered in Britain by the elder Darby, an iron founder whose aim was to be able to mass-produce hollow iron ware, and in France by Réaumur, a scientist whose primary aim was to understand the metallurgical properties of different grades of iron. Usher. Explaining this disparity requires an examination of the historical development of social relations of production in different countries. And what such an examination reveals is that capitalism had been germinating in Britain for centuries, developing to the point where it could transform manufacturing even as it completed its transformation of agriculture. This provided a new social context in which the practical innovation responded to the market-driven compulsion to revolutionize production in order to cut costs and raise profits. As new machines appeared, they contributed to and reinforced the transformation of manufacturing. But it was the competitive market logic of capitalism, not technology or machinery, that led this transformation. In the process, the logic of capitalism demanded new technologies to further the transformation of manufacturing. To bring this point home, in Chapter 8, we will consider an example of how manufacturing could be revolutionized with little or no application of mechanical technology at all. End of Chapter 6, Technology and History, of Rethinking the Industrial Revolution, 5 Centuries of Transition from Agrarian to Industrial Capitalism in England, by Michael Andrew Žmolek.